Chapter 188. Cadillac was not bragging. Port Volantis occupied the entire Lone estuary, and the dock area stretched as far as the eye could see. Ships from all over the world could be found here. The docks that extended to the sea were like the burrs on a wild boar's skin. They were of different lengths and densely packed together. Not a single one of these innumerable docks was empty. They were all packed with ships and river boats. Warships, whalers, and trading paddle boats, galleons, flats, longboats, and swan boats. There were ships from Old Town, White Harbor, King's Landing, Reese, Tylosai, and Pentos. There were ships as large as palaces. There were ships from Barbarian, Asha, and her Cologne. Even the caravans that transported goods to the docks stretched for more than 10 kilometers. Even when the last trace of red light disappeared into the western horizon, there were still tens of thousands of naked slave workers who were busy loading and unloading goods under the light of torches. On the tall elephant carriage, Danny's expression was complicated. The torches on the dark sea were as dense as stars. The chaotic shouting was ear-piercing. The salty smell of the sea, fish, sweat, urine, and feces drifted with the wind. It was impossible to guard against it. This was indeed a world-class port, but its prosperity was all built on low-cost, or even costless, slave labor. The laborers at the docks, the paddlers on the ships, the coachmen on the streets, the bearers in the hotels and wineries, the prostitutes on the streets, even the farmers in the manors outside the city were all slaves. She now understood why the Allied Army and the United Nations were here. Without slaves, the cost of food, clothing, housing, and transportation for the trading city-states would instantly increase by 10 times. Thus, the prosperous maritime trade of this world could not continue. Not only was Danny destroying slavery, but she was also killing sea trade. If she achieved her goal, the entire world's trade would be cut in half. Other than the increase in the cost of maritime trade, the market would collapse. Under Danny's rule, the people would no longer need foreign goods due to the self-sufficiency of the small farming economy, just like the ancient Celestial Empire. The reason why it was difficult for the great Celestial Empire to develop maritime trade was that the dynasties rarely needed foreign goods. Even if the Southern Song dynasty lost a large part of its northern territory and had to rely on maritime trade to survive, the Song people also imported less and exported more. If there were many immortal islands in the sea, each immortal island would have different amounts of life-prolonging medicines. Yes, it could only prolong one's life, but not immortality. It was likely that before the Song dynasty, the Celestial Emperor had already been crowned as the leader of the earth. Unless there's something that can replace slaves and provide the merchants with the same cheap labor. Danny smiled bitterly and shook her head. As a modern person, how could she not know what was cheaper than slaves? Machines. Danny covered her nose with a handkerchief and asked the knight beside her in a low voice, "How many years has it been since the City of Knowledge was founded?" The old man frowned and thought for a moment before shaking his head. "I'm not sure. Some ancestors said that they came to the Westeros 10,000 years ago, but some scholars believed that the Westeros only had a history of 2,000 years. Your Majesty can go to the Old Town and recruit a few scholars. The scholars in Slave Bay can't help you understand your homeland. Even if the City of Knowledge was founded 2,000 years ago, let me ask you, did they invent the steam engine?" Danny asked. "What? Chicken? Chicken, what a beautiful chicken. Sir, have you seen a boiling kettle?" "Of course." "Then, are there any scholars who can imitate a kettle and build a big iron lump?" Can. Danny's little face was tangled up. Finally, she said, "It can spit air and turn with a metal wheel." "No." The old knight's tone was very firm. "Could it be that you don't know?" The old man sighed. "Your Majesty." "Yes, sir, although I don't know what you're talking about, that thing sounds very complicated. With the blacksmithing skills of the Westeros, it's impossible to make it." "Sigh, I have to go to the City of Knowledge myself," Danny said helplessly. Without a doubt, after the fall of Valeglia, the City of Knowledge and Asia became the representatives of the world's highest intelligence. Moreover, the scholar's spirit of exploration and thirst for knowledge were very strong. They also specialized in the field of science and could represent the world's highest productivity. Hey, hey, hey! The Cadillac on the elephant's back turned around and winked at Danny. What? She looked puzzled. You haven't told me about that woman, the coachman said unhappily. I thought you, Danny suddenly laughed. Okay, I understand. Aston, I heard that the mother of dragons hatched a dragon in Yuankai. She said loudly to the knight beside her. The knight was stunned for a moment and did not know how to answer. Ahem. Danny pointed at the coachman who was eavesdropping on the elephant's back. The old man reacted and smiled bitterly. Isn't that so? I heard from someone at the new Gith Pier. The two of them sang the same tune and told him about the wonderful scene of Slave Bay. Make way for the honorable Lord and Lady of Bravos. The Cadillac shouted at the surrounding sailors and slaves in the local language to clear a path. At the same time, he pricked up his ears and heard every word of the two guests in the back seat. Looking at his energetic appearance, he was obviously very excited. Hey, Bravos, are you crazy? How can that evil mother of dragons be so good? A displeased shout came from the side. Danny and Baristan naturally would not speak ill of themselves. Although they did not advocate that the mother of dragons descended to the world to save all living beings, they described her policies in detail and the significance of these policies to the new freedmen. The streets were not crowded, but the elephant and the elephant carriage were too big. It was almost as if the elephant was connected to the elephant, and the wheels of the carriage were pressed against the wheels of the carriage. From time to time, two tall wooden wheels would collide a few times, and then the carriage would creak and groan. More importantly, the elephant carriage did not have a roof. It was similar to placing a chair on a handcart, and the seats were open on all sides. At this moment, a white elephant draped in colorful brocade walked on the left side of Danny's elephant carriage. On it sat a fat blonde middle-aged man. He wore a gorgeous purple silk shirt, and the sleeves and collar were embroidered with an exquisite megalosaurus pattern with golden thread. Have you been to Slave Bay? There was obvious suspicion in the fat man's piggy eyes. I would like to, but New Gith and Queers don't have any merchant ships that go to Slave Bay. Danny shrugged and said casually. Haha, you haven't even been there, and you're still talking nonsense here? I've been there, and I've even seen that woman. Let me tell you, that woman's head is this big. The fat man gestured at his pregnant belly. How is that possible? Without waiting for him to continue, an incredulous cry came from an elephant carriage on Danny's right. It carried a foreign accent. I heard that the mother of dragons is only 15, 16 years old. She's a young and beautiful girl. There's no ugly person in the Targaryen family. How can she have such a big head? There were also two people sitting on the elephant carriage. They were two youths of similar age. One of them was tall and well-proportioned, with a handsome appearance and an elegant temperament. He had a pair of blue eyes and sandy hair mixed with gold. The other had black hair and black eyes. He had a high forehead, a square face, and a wide nose. He looked very honest. He was a little short, about the same height as Danny, but his body was sturdy, and his limbs were thick. He was the one who shouted. His face was full of shock and disbelief. How is it impossible? The fat man's pig-like face turned to the youth, and asked seriously, do you know that she defeated the Gith coalition army? I've heard of it. She fought bravely and used troops like a god. She defeated a mixed army of more than 100,000 mercenaries, slave soldiers, and Gith people with minimal losses. What's even more frightening is that no one knows her complete tactics at that time. The black-haired youth said with a complicated expression. That's right. The Volantis fatty clapped his hands and shouted, think about it. Without a big head, how can you support a height of 10 feet and a waist of 10 feet? Without a burly figure of 10 feet, how can you charge and break through the enemy lines? This. The black-haired youth was stunned. The corner of Danny's mouth twitched, and she reminded, she has a dragon. It's just a baby dragon that was born less than 2 years ago, the Valeglia fatty vowed. Our ancestor is the noble dragon king. Our understanding of dragons is even better than that woman. And the mercenaries who returned from the front line said that except for throwing kerosene bombs at the ship, that woman's dragon didn't kill many people at all. He spread out his hands, looked down at Danny, glanced at the two youths, and asked loudly, "The dragon that throws kerosene barrels is at most equivalent to a catapult. Let me ask you, is the catapult scary?" Danny was a little speechless. In theory, in the same time, the fireball thrown by the Megalosaurus was not as good as the catapult. The process of Megalosaurus taking off, landing, and reloading took too much time. But does the catapult have the accuracy and attack range of the Megalosaurus? So, the woman who can defeat the guy's alliance must be 10 feet tall, muscular, and like a giant. Danny held back her laughter and deliberately said with a pale face, "It's too scary. I always thought that she was the role model of the female knight, and I want to see her style." Seeing that the youngsters were all intimidated, the fatty was proud and continued, "That's not all. Everyone who has been to Slave Bay knows that the woman is cruel and bloodthirsty. Even nobles with high status would have their heads chopped off because of the slightest mistake." "The noble didn't get preferential treatment?" the blonde youth said incredulously. "He is destroying the family preferential treatment. The woman has a butcher named Leon Shackle. In order to get the position of count, he killed countless royal families that have been passed down for thousands of years. The royal family is not an ordinary noble. Unimaginable madness," the blonde youth said with a stare. "She is also a witch, feeding her dragon with the flesh and blood of newborn children. She is also a traitor who laughs at the gods, breaks treaties, deceives envoys, and slaughters good people. She is burning with desire, not only with men, women, and eunuchs, she even finds dogs and children to satisfy her desire. The partners she is tired of playing with all have a tragic end." The fatty lowered his voice and said in a horrifying tone, "The woman takes the man's soul through intercourse. I must take down this city." Danny whispered in Barristan's ear. "I have to make qualified white paper as soon as possible. Printing is easy, the guy's people are experts at baking bricks, but the pulp of paper can only be adjusted step by step. The paper to wipe the ass has been made long ago, but it is far from enough to be used as paper for books. With paper and printing, it is possible to print history books on a large scale." Chapter 189. After half an hour of traveling west along the docks, a vast river more than 5 kilometers wide appeared in front of them. The river flowed endlessly into the bay like thousands of galloping horses. The Rhone River, the mother river of the Loinars. After leaving the coast, the carriage took a turn and followed the river north into the east city of Volantis. Even though the sky was dark and she was several kilometers away, Danny could still see the tall black wall in the north. Volantis was the eldest daughter of Valeglia. It was the first colonial city outside of the land of long summer. In other words, it was an outpost. At that time, the Rhone River had its own master, the Loinars, who dominated the western continent of Ursus. Therefore, this outpost was especially sturdy. It was built using the same construction method as the Tower of Babel and Valeglia Avenue, which was what Orlos called immortal stone. Immortal stone did not refer to any kind of stone. Instead, it was used to melt rocks, add magic runes, and pour them into molds to create an entire structure. The entire stone building was immortal. For example, the 1,000-kilometer-long Valeglia Avenue was a whole. The 300-meter-tall, complicated Tower of Babel was also a whole. The oval-shaped wall in the East City was the same. It was 60 meters tall and 15 meters wide. It was prepared for the Dragon King's landing. Volantis had a natural harbor. After the Dragon King rode his dragon into the plains of the Rhone River, the city began to expand rapidly. The Black Wall on the east side of the river was inhabited by the old nobles whose bloodlines could be traced back to Valeglia. The newly expanded city outside the wall was filled with the houses, shops, and hotels of the wealthy Valeglia. The west side was a chaotic cesspool. The main population consisted of foreign tourists, sea merchants, poor free people, mercenaries, escaped criminals, eunuchs, pirates, and pickpockets. Even the shadow binders and necromancers from Asha were mixed in. A long bridge connected the east and west city. Dani was a foreign tourist. She went north from the docks and entered the east city along the Rhone River. Then, she crossed the bridge and went to the Merchants' Inn in the west city. Dusk had passed, and night had covered the land. The shops, hotels, and stalls on both sides of the street hung parchment lanterns and colored glass oil lamps. Many colored circles of light lit up the gray stone pavement. The pedestrians under the lights were shrouded in a green halo, then a red halo, then purple, orange. The surrounding noises and the strange smell of barbecued meat coming from the stall gave Dani the illusion that she had returned to the night market of modern times. As they approached the long bridge that connected the east and west city districts, the traffic became more and more congested. The streets were filled with wagons, carts, and elephant carts. Most of these cars were heading towards the long bridge or had just come over from the bridge. There were as many slaves as cockroaches in the garbage dump, running around for their master's errands. The Cadillac on the elephant's back dared not yell for pedestrians to get out of the way as it had done at the Docklands. This was because the people who entered the bridge were not to be trifled with. In addition to the Blackwell nobles who rode elephants, there were also merchants, rich people, and the most expensive tourists who rode elephant carts and public carriages. There was a black stone arch at the entrance of the long bridge. The arch was carved with sphinx, lion body, scorpion tail, dragon, and other strange animals. The long arch bridge behind the door was the same as the Blackwell and the Tower of Babel. It was made of melted stone and supported by giant pillars. It was as stable as Mount Tai and as solid as a rock at the mouth of the turbulent river. It spanned across the 2-kilometer-wide river. In the works of Longlegs Lomas, this long bridge, together with the Great Wall of the Northern Region and the Old Great Pyramid of Gith, were called the 9 architectural wonders of the world of ice and fire. It was an architectural masterpiece during the heyday of Valeglia. The road on the bridge just allowed 2 cars to travel side by side. When the cars from the east and west met, they had to slow down. The 2 young men's elephant carts were separated by the crowd when they crossed the bridge. The fat man riding the elephant had an extraordinary identity. With a superior expression, he leisurely continued to travel north. He wanted to return to the Blackwell. Well, before they parted at the entrance of the long bridge, he looked at Dani lecherously and invited her, "Miss, although your bloodline is not as noble as mine, you also have the obvious characteristics of Valeglia. The dirty and messy West City is not suitable for you. Why don't you come to my house and stay for a while?" In the end, he raised his fat double chin and proudly added, "I come from the great Crowley's family in the Blackwell. You have to know that without the invitation of the people in the city, ordinary people can never enter the Blackwell in their lifetime." He looked like a rich second generation. He stopped a red Ferrari in front of Dani, rolled down the window, took off his sunglasses, raised his chin and asked, "Do you want to come together? Thank you for your invitation. I will enter the Blackwell, but not tonight." Dani smiled and declined. The fat man did not say anything. He nodded and left on the elephant. The long bridge was crowded with people and the air was dirty. Dani had been covering her nose with her hand. She was not in the mood to look at the nearby scenery. After half an hour, they crossed the long bridge and arrived at the West City. After passing through the crowded road near the long bridge with great difficulty, the elephant car turned into a wide street in the west, and the speed increased again. The blond coachman turned his head and smiled at Dani. "Guest, don't worry. We will enter the fishmonger square soon." Before the voice fell, there was a sudden noise at the crossroad in front of them. Soon, 2 rows of 12 unsullied holding spears rushed out from the corner. "Move, move, make way for the consul," the unsullied shouted. Cadillac hurriedly drove the white elephant to the roadside. He also climbed down from the elephant's back and obediently knelt under the elephant's belly. Dani tiptoed and found that except for the spiked helmet, the equipment on the unsullied had completely changed. He wore a dazzling golden armor and a brightly colored tiger fur cape. In terms of pretentiousness, they were more than a level higher than her grey underlings. The Unsullied opened the way in front. Then, 40 to 50 Tiger Cloak Army soldiers surrounded a grey behemoth and turned around. The Colossus was 3 meters tall and wore exquisite colorful armor. With every step it took, the armor would reflect colorful lights like ripples of water. On the elephant's back was a tall castle. The castle was so tall that when it passed through the carved stone arch at the intersection, the wooden roof rubbed against the stone surface and made an ear-piercing creaking sound. I heard that the consul's status is honorable. During the year in office, their feet can't touch the ground. No matter where they go, they have to ride the elephant. Baristan explained to Danny in a low voice. He, from birth to death, the Dragon King of Valeglia, who lived high in the Tower of Babel, never touched the ground once. Without dragons, their descendants can only ride elephants. Danny mocked. Moo, the Colossus let out a long and loud cry. Almost half of the city heard it, right? Walking around every day, everyone in the city knows that the consul is patrolling the streets. Danny bared her teeth and picked her ears. Consul Dofus has arrived. A tall Tiger Cloak Army soldier in front shouted. After the apocalypse, the people of Volantis naturally regarded themselves as the successors of the Freedom Fortress, which meant that they were the masters of the world. But they didn't agree on how to rule the world. The old nobles believed in force, while the merchants and moneylenders advocated trade. Around these two tendencies, in order to fight for the leadership of the city, two parties gradually formed, namely the Tiger Party and the Elephant Party. The Tiger Cloak Army came from the Radical Tiger Party. They wore tiger helmets and had green beard stripes tattooed on their cheeks. They were all slave soldiers. Do you think they will come to me anyway? There are 30 to 40,000 Tiger Cloak Army soldiers in Volantis and the towns near the Lone River. Danny said with an inexplicable expression. Look, the old man pointed at the tall soldier who shouted every few steps and said in a low voice, their spirit is completely different from the slave soldiers in Slave Bay. Instead, they are very similar to the Golden Cloak Army in King's Landing. Their faces are full of pride and confidence. Danny sighed and didn't say anything. When the consul's team left, Cadillac pulled the belt tied to the elephant's belly and jumped on the elephant's back like a monkey. Just then, an elephant car came behind Danny, and she heard a person sneered and spat. Dofus can only be powerful for 6 more days. The companion next to him nodded in agreement. The alliance is a foregone conclusion. Out of the 3 consul, 2 have publicly expressed strong hostility to that woman. He has always said that he should be cautious. Of course, the people in the Black Wall won't choose him again. The 2 cars quickly staggered and entered different streets at the crossroads. Danny said thoughtfully, it was right to come this time. If I didn't come and see for myself, I wouldn't have known that Volantis is united and determined to fight with me. Not only Volantis, I guess the situation is similar in Queers, Zingis, Reese, and other cities. But you don't have to worry too much. The enemies of the Mother of Dragons will always be the people at the top. The ordinary people, the people's hearts are like water, and they change with the wind and waves. The old man comforted her in a low voice. Dang dang dang, dong dong dong, rhythmic sounds of gongs and drums came from the street ahead, accompanied by a melodious flute and a mellow harp, combined into a happy and loud but not noisy music. Danny tilted her head and looked past the elephant's butt, and saw a long line of torchbearers slowly walking towards them. Most of the people who were surrounded by the torchbearers were acrobats. There were 2 midgets who were doing acrobatics of throwing balls, a freakish clown with strange cow legs and cow hooves, a garland girl who was standing on stilts and singing loudly, a man who was wearing a golden leather coat and whose face was also smeared with gold, riding a white lion and holding a golden banner to show off his prowess, and there was also someone. These acrobats and the torchbearers had one thing in common, and that was a distinct family emblem of 2 dragons holding a crown on the back of their clothes. Someone on the street said, Masihoso hired a circus troupe. Moo! Behind the acrobats and the torchbearers, there was a huge elephant car. In front of the elephant, a huge name was written with strange fluorescent powder on the side of the elephant, Civilian Hero Masihoso. On the soft seat of the car behind stood a silver-haired young noble of Valeglia. He raised a shiny brass horn and shouted, "Freedman of the West City, just like you, my father Masihoso is also a freedman, and only he can represent the ordinary freedman. For you, for the common interests of all of us, please vote for Masihoso." Danny's mouth twitched, and she had the illusion that she was back in the modern world, watching the twisted news. A golden-haired fat man behind a barbecued sausage stall shouted, "Little Dark, your father Masihoso is very good, but most of the freedmen on our street are not qualified to vote. You should walk around the black wall, don't disturb us from doing business." Only the freedmen of Volantis who had reached the standard of wealth were qualified to vote, and not many people on the west side of the river could vote. Even on the east side, it was difficult for the commoners to get the right to vote. The election of Volantis consul seemed democratic, but in the end, it was just a game for the rich and the nobles. A burly middle-aged woman walked out of a small building with a sign saying, "Megalosaurus Grocery Store." Her voice was louder than the barbecued sausage fatty. "What are you walking around for, Little Dark? Tell your father to give up. Without noble blood, who would choose you?" "Ha, Aunt Chloe, you should have the right to vote, right? Give my father a vote." The silver-haired youth on the elephant car laughed. "Come down," the woman, who was about the same size as the fat eunuch Bevos, waved at the youth, "Accompany me for a night, and I'll give the vote in my hand to your father." Ha ha ha. The surrounding people laughed together. Under the yellow light of the torch, Little Dark's face turned red, and he stopped asking for votes, and only urged the driver on the elephant to move faster. "Chloe, you should have told him secretly. On the street, even if that kid is willing, he can't let go," the barbecued fat man said loudly. Then there was another burst of laughter. Chapter 190. At the end of the street, the view suddenly widened. If one were to look from a high vantage point, the 2 rows of wooden houses and stone buildings on both sides were gone. The square was the size of 3 football fields, and there were countless carriages, sedans, and pedestrians. The short elephant pulling the elephant carriage was a little hesitant. It raised its trunk and panted. Cadillac lay beside its flapping ears and comforted it for a while before the elephant carriage continued to move forward. Under the yellow candlelight, the fishmongers in the square were shouting loudly to sell their catch during the day. Except for salted fish, there was no ability to transport live fish over long distances in this era. They could only catch fish in the sea and river and immediately transport them to the fishmonger square to sell. The residents of West City of Volantis mainly ate fish as their main meat and would come here to buy fish for 3 meals a day. Walking through the square, Danny saw codfish, swordfish, square-headed fish, and sardines piled up directly on the grass curtains. Next to them were buckets of mussels and clams neatly stacked. The boss of the fish farm would occasionally pick up a water spout and sprinkle water on the swordfish. A hunchbacked old woman in a gray robe took out a copper coin from her pocket. A bare-chested slave with a flying fish printed on his face took the coin and stuffed the sardines into the old woman's basket without using a scale. He only stopped when the old woman repeatedly said, "Enough, enough, leave some space for me to put my vegetables." Danny's mouth twitched. The fishmonger treated the old woman as a garbage collector and wanted her to take away all the dead fish. Then she saw a giant turtle in front of a shop. It was as big as the elephant carriage she was in. The turtle's shell was like a hedgehog and covered with arm-length black bone spurs. A few slaves stood on it and used a triangular shovel to scrape the moss, seaweed, shells, and other debris growing on the turtle's back. The giant turtle, whose limbs were chained up, was still like a cow, making a moo-moo-moo sound that was as long as a horn. This should be the old man of the river. Danny frowned. The Volantis people are so bold that they even dare to kill and eat the old man of the river? In the belief of the Loiner people, the Lone River was the mother goddess. Under the mother goddess, there were a group of sons secondary gods. The giant turtle was one of them, known as the Old Man of the River. It had spirituality and divinity. Being able to see the old man in the river itself was an auspicious sign. Maybe it's not for eating. There's a consul election going on right now. Someone might want to offer it to the nobles, Baristan said. That's true. The meat of the giant tortoise is a bit dry, so it doesn't taste good. Danny nodded. Other than the fishmongers, there was no lack of food stalls in the square. Hawkers were frying fish steaks on iron plates. Paired with onions and beets, there was a strange sweet smell. There were also old women pushing handcarts, on which a small stove was cooking spicy fish soup. There was also a food stall that was filled with customers. There were steamers stacked up to 2 stories high at the entrance of the stall, and there were steaming red-shelled crabs inside. Danny swallowed her saliva. She really wanted to go down and taste it. Look, the merchant's house is right in front of us. There are all sorts of exquisite and clean food there, the old man advised in a low voice. The elephant carriage was close to the center of the square. The huge 4-story building opposite was brightly lit. Through the windows, one could see the silhouettes of people inside. That was their destination for the night, the largest hotel in Volantis, the merchant's house. There was a circle of people in the center of the square. Under a broken Archon statue without a head, there was a troupe that had built a stage. Danny did not pay attention to them at first. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the crowd. A man was holding his throat, and his voice was sharp and high-pitched. I am the princess of Dragonstone Island, the daughter of the Mad King, the bitch of the Horse King, the mother of the demonic dragon. Quickly, submit to me. Then she stood on her tiptoes and saw a fat man who was almost 2 meters tall. His face was as big as a basin, his nose was bulbous, and his mouth was like a hippopotamus. He wore a loose silver wig on his head. His face was powdered, and his lips were painted red. He was wearing a gray wooden armor, and there was a Targaryen emblem of a black and red 3-headed dragon on his chest. He was wielding a wooden sword in his hand, and he was riding on a cloth dragon made of broom and cloth. Is that Blackie? There were also 2 people standing below the stage, holding a long bamboo pole. Under the bamboo pole, there were 2 pillow-sized cloth dragons, one white dragon and the other green dragon. The 2 dragons were hanging above the fat Danny's head. The fat man was not acting alone. Opposite him, there were 5 Gith people wearing yellow silk cloaks. The real Gith people, with their amber-brown skin, long black and red hair, and facial features that made Danny suffer from face blindness. Ordinary people could not disguise themselves. I am the war god Yuan Kai, the noble royal family's Graz Dan heiress. One of the Gith people took a step forward, and put on an unyielding, iron-blooded, brave, and heroic look. For some reason, Danny could see so many great qualities in his stone face. I am the wise man Yuan Kai, the world's richest man, Yazan Zoquags. Another person held his head high, and his eyes bulged, putting on the same expression as the previous person. I am the wise man Yuan Kai, the 8,000 years of royal lineage, Mornio Daznak. I am the great lord of Myrene, I am the new Gith Iron Army. After introducing themselves, the 5 Gith heroes shouted in unison, sacrificing our lives for the country, looking death in the eyes, the heads of the Gith people will always be held high. The evil mother of dragons will never conquer the son of the High Harpy. Ayayaya. The fat mother of dragons shook her big head like a madman, and let out a howl that gave people goosebumps. I'm so angry. She shouted, and rushed up on the dragon. What followed next was a brilliant battle of 5 heroes against Dragon Mother. Both sides went ping 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 ping, exchanging blows like a bunch of idiots. However, the audience below the stage seemed to like this kind of lively scene. They clapped and laughed, and a few audience members in robes cheered loudly while throwing a few copper coins to the stage. Ayayaya. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, the mother of dragons took a few steps back, and screamed with a distorted fat face, I'm actually defeated? Ho ho, we are. The 5 Gith generals on the opposite side leaned together and made a pose of a fierce general with Graz Dan as the center, and shouted together with a drawn-out voice. Jaskali 5 Eagle Generals, where do you run? Kill. 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 After the pose, the 5 of them ran toward the Mother of Dragons. The Mother of Dragons retreated until she reached the edge of the stage. When she couldn't retreat anymore, her fat face was ferocious, and she waved to the people below. Slaves, come here. 9 skinny slaves dragged their chains and walked up the stage numbly. The real slaves had tattoos on their faces, and each of them looked like they were suffering from tuberculosis. Their faces were sallow, their eyes were dim, and they walked with difficulty. The Mother of Dragons suddenly lifted her wooden armor. Ha ha ha. The audience below burst into laughter again. Because the fat man didn't wear pants, his 2 big white buttocks were all exposed. When he turned around, everyone found that he was a eunuch, and they laughed even more happily. But then a horrible scene appeared. The fat man pushed down a slave, flew up, and sat on his head with a lewd posture, and shouted, "Soul absorption of the binding shadow spell." He got up and left a corpse with a broken neck, pushed down another slave, jumped up, and sat on his waist. Kacha, the sound of the spine breaking could be heard clearly. The slave's eyes bulged, and he let out a horrifying scream, and soon died. The 3rd, the 4th, the fat man was half naked, and he cruelly killed 7 slaves with the 7 kinds of spring cry spell, and then waved the remaining 2 trembling slaves away. He laughed and shouted to the 5 Gith warriors, "Absorb the souls of 7 people, sacrifice them to the 7 great demons, and give me the power of the 7 gods. People of Gith, I will kill all your women, strengthen your men and boars, and feed your children to the dragons. Ah, die!" Then it was a tragic battle. The 5 warriors fought to the death, and for their companions, they used their own bodies to block the sharp sword of the Mother of Dragons. Soon, the great Lord of Myrene and the commander of the Iron Army covered their hearts and shouted, "Justice will never be extinguished." Their heads tilted, and they fell to the ground. "Hurry up and leave, both of you." The great sage Mourinho grabbed the sword that pierced through his heart and cried to his 2 companions, "Go, you go, I will hold this demon back." Grazadon glared at the Mother of Dragons, who was laughing wildly. "No, I won't go, I will fight her to the death." "Go, go, save the fire, and fight again in the future." "No, there are thousands of heroes in Gith, and you don't need me. Today, I will die here." At this moment, the figures of countless martyrs overlapped with Grazadon, and he was as great as a sage. "Go, go, it's not worth sacrificing for nothing." "No, I won't go, no." The great sage, who was stabbed in the heart, and the war god of Yuan Kai, who was unafraid of death, rapped for 7 or 8 minutes. Grazadon was slowly convinced. He, who had planned to sacrifice himself recklessly, absorbed the great spirit and faith of Jaskari from the great sage, and gradually became mature and steady. The intense emotions in his eyes, along with the teachings of the great sage before his death, were buried in the bottom of his heart little by little, and became nutrients that nourished his unyielding soul. He had sublimated. Yes, his emotions gradually changed, and his expression and mentality were very layered. Danny, like the audience below the stage, was moved. "You even used a classic scene from a movie, what else can I say? I'm convinced." Aizen the Wise was just a supporting character, and he didn't have many lines, so he quickly left the stage. In the roar of the Mother of Dragons, Grazadon slowly retreated to the stage. Very slowly. The musicians behind the stage curtain began to play sad and sorrowful music. The war god of Yuan Kai looked up at the sky and roared tragically, "Today's shame has not been avenged, when will the hatred of the great sage be extinguished? I swear, from the beginning, I will clean up the old mountains and rivers, and comfort the spirit of the great sage." The performance is not bad. Do you often have this kind of performance? When the actors took the curtain call, Danny clapped and asked the person beside the elephant cart. A girl in a green robe, blonde hair, purple eyes, and a beautiful oval face, held a large bamboo basket with hairtails, onions, carrots, and turnips. She should be a free person from an ordinary family near the square. The girl looked up at Danny and said, "Since the fall of Yuankai, the people of Jaskari have been touring the city squares every day." People of Jaskari? Touring performance? Yes, after the Jaskari delegation came to Volantis, they encouraged the consul to send troops to deal with the Mother of Dragons, and arranged for a troupe to perform a performance that slandered the Mother of Dragons. Okay, for your roast chicken and wine. Danny nodded, took off her backpack, and took out a handful of yellow, copper coins. "Find something to put it in," she said to the young man who was stunned. "Oh." The Cadillac was a little disappointed at first, but then he thought about it. The money was not his, and the fare was only a dozen or so copper coins. The other party had given him a dozen times the reward, so it was not a small sum. So, he walked over happily and pulled the linen cloth around his waist. "Just put it here." Walala, halala. 2 handfuls of brand new copper coins were thrown into the cloth bag. The blond young man said, "Thank you for the tip, thank you for the tip." Seeing this, the staff nearby became more attentive to Baristan. "The first floor is the hall, and the guest rooms facing the street are noisy. The second floor in the backyard is the most spacious and comfortable," he said. 2 connected upper rooms facing the street. "We want to see the night view of Volantis." "Okay." "And our horses." As they were talking, the Cadillac had already untied the reins of the horse behind the elephant carriage. "Catch!" Danny threw over another 2 copper coins. "This is for you. Go to the square and buy a fish steak and a cup of wine." "Miss, you are a kind person." Stepping into the public rest area of the merchant's house, she was greeted by the noise of the merchants and tourists, as well as the heat of the torches and bonfires. It was also mixed with the smell of ale, barbecued meat, sweat, feet, and prostitutes. Under the chandelier hung from the ceiling, there were 70 to 80 round oak tables. There were no partitions, and most of the tables were filled with people. There were sailors and tourists hugging prostitutes and drinking wine. There were merchants whispering in the corner. There were rice merchants waiting to ship, standing on the table and loudly selling their barren black rice to the surrounding merchants. There were also buyers banging on gongs and walking through the hall, shouting, "Iron ingots, unlimited iron ingots." There was a bank representative with a big belly sitting in a fixed seat in the hall, roaring and belittling the value of the goods mortgaged by the borrowers. Dozens of female slaves with tattoos of wine bottles and dining tables on their faces walked through the tables, serving the guests wine and food, clearing the empty tables, plates, wine glasses, and wine jugs. After taking a few steps in the hall, Danny found that it was bigger than she expected. The first floor of the huge building was a restaurant. The courtyard in the middle was paved with stone slabs, planted with many grape trellises, and a rockery. There was a pavilion and a stage on the rockery, and there was a cave in the rockery. Standing in the front hall, one could see the courtyard without obstruction, and even the back hall and the left and right halls. There were only gray stone pillars supporting the roof, and there were no walls on the side of the hall facing the courtyard. There were many drinkers holding wine jugs and standing in the courtyard to watch the performance on the stage. Danny and Baristan also asked for a seat in the corridor. After ordering some wine and food, they looked curiously at the stage on the rockery. Before they finished watching the play, Danny's face darkened. It was telling the story of 2 Gith people, Shira and Hikari, father and daughter. The plot was probably the Gith version of Shrike, Hill and Bug, which was Yang Bai Lao and Shi. Hikari was so hardworking and capable, and Shira was so pure and kind. The father and daughter lived a simple but happy life in the manner of Yuankai, and the result, the Gith girl sang with a sweet and moving voice, "I lived on the edge of Yuankai, and my family had a house and a field. My life was happy." Who knew that the Mother of Dragons, she was rude and merciless, violated human ethics and had no respect for the heavens. She occupied my big house and took my field. My mother fell out with her and was burned in the face by the dragon's flame. My father scolded her for bullying the good people, but she caught him and put him into the pyramid. She strengthened him 100 times, 100 times. Pfft. A guest in the corridor of the West Hall spurted out wine and laughed. I want to try such a good thing, 100 times, 100 times. Ha ha ha, this group of Gith people is really fucking talented. They can even think of such a bad trick. Hey, being strengthened 100 times, why is your father not dead yet? A drunkard in the courtyard pointed to the middle-aged Gith man on the side of the girl and shouted. Lord Ju's body is strong, and his life must be preserved. The middle-aged man clapped and shouted. Oh, Lord Ju, are you a noble? My grandfather is a virtuous master, inherited from 10,000 years ago. The Gith man sang. The Gith girl continued to sing, the fire is the clothes, the blood is the soup, the mother of dragons burned my village, 50,000 peasants hung on the stake, she even put the crime of burning the great Gith plain and killing 50,000 slaves on the head of the mother of dragons. I'm going to kill those bastards. My lord, if you can't bear it, you'll mess up the great plan. One day, the world will know the truth. Whitebeard held down Danny's clenched fist and whispered. Danny shook her head with a straight face. I don't care if they confuse black and white, because history is destined to be written by me, but it's obvious that the group of Gith people copied my cultural propaganda strategy. When she saw 5 eagles fight the mother of dragons in the square before, she didn't react. Looking at the obvious traces of plagiarism of Yang Bai Lao and Shitr, Danny suddenly woke up. Her policy was studied and carried forward by the Gith people. The once simple otherworldly people also learned bad things. This. Whitebeard's face was distorted, and he said after a while, how about bribing a group of bards to help you spread It's too fake? It was still the guest in the West Hall. He hammered the thick oak table, and the cups and plates clattered. Hey, Gith people on the stage, can you be more careful? The mother of dragons has taken down Mireen and Yuan Kai. Why should she burn her own manor? Not to mention that she has been freeing slaves, even the stupidest Westeros lord will not kill his peasants for no reason. If all the peasants die, who will farm for her? The word Westeros was like a magnet, instantly attracting the attention of Danny and Barristan. There were 3 people sitting at the table, a dwarf with a missing nose, a middle-aged man with a solemn face, and the last person's back could only be seen. 7 levels of hell, Tyrion. Barristan exclaimed in a low voice. Who? It's that little devil, the dwarf son of Tywin Lannister, Tyrion Lannister. Why is he here? The 2 said in unison. They looked at each other, and Danny asked with a smile, can he recognize you? Whitebeard touched his blue-dyed beard and shook his head. The little devil is very smart, and he has been in King's Landing for a few years. I'm not sure if I can hide it from him. Danny looked sideways at the second male protagonist of Game of Thrones. His legs were thick and short, deformed, and his head was disproportionately large. If he was prettier, he might be able to disguise as Mingming's son. However, he was really ugly. The shape of his face was already out of place, and he was missing a nose. His nostrils were black, and his forehead was protruding. His mouth was full of brown and golden stubble. He looked a little like Zhu Beiji in the wild. He was a little short, less than 1 meters. Monkey King's torso, Zhu Beiji's head, was there anyone who looked worse than him? Chapter 192. Thick tallow candles were inserted into the slots of the pillars in the corridor, and the bright red light made the air a little hotter. Danny hesitated for a moment and did not put on the hood, revealing her silver hair that was coiled on her head. But her temperament had changed so much that even Barristan felt that she had become another person in an instant. I'm restraining my aura to make myself look more like an ordinary person, the ordinary girl, Danny explained. Indeed, you don't have the extraordinary temperament, just like an ordinary girl from Valeglia. Whitebeard was surprised. Her bright purple eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of grey dirt, smooth and delicate, and had a healthy glow under the candlelight. Her skin was dull, waxy, and rough. Especially her temperament, it was as if something magical had been extracted from her soul. Or rather, Dany had been transmigrated by a cowardly tuberculosis ghost. Her face shape was still the same, but she had lost 5 points of her appearance and 7 points of her temperament. How did you do it? He could not help but ask. I suppressed my spiritual fluctuations, and then applied a layer of whale oil cream on my face. Becoming ugly was actually very simple. Whitebeard had also put on ugly makeup, and the key was the suppression of spiritual energy. Well, she put 90% of her spiritual energy into Blackie's sea of consciousness, and her whole body instantly lost most of its luster. After a quick dinner, the two went to the bedroom on the second floor to put away their luggage, and adjusted their appearances before going downstairs again. They wanted to figure out Tyrion's situation. Barristan did not know about Tyrion's patricide, nor did he know that Varys had sent him to Illyrio, and that Illyrio had sent him to Slaver's Bay. Well, according to the plot of Game of Thrones, Varys and Tyrion had escaped from King's Landing and planned to go to Slaver's Bay to burn the Dragon Queen's hot stove. Jorah Mormont was still the hand of the Queen in Astapor and had no time to kidnap Tyrion, so he was not separated from Varys. Dany knew the plot, but she wanted to observe Varys. She had to admit that she was a little afraid of the Chief of Intelligence. He was in the King's Landing, but he had planted a spy in Queers, who was thousands of miles away. What the hell was this? After going downstairs, Dany pretended to pass by the corridor of the West Hall by accident. She noticed that the dwarf had just finished his dinner and was playing Shivas with a grey-bearded middle-aged sailor. Silvas originated from Volantis and was very popular in the cities of Ursos. It was also a very fashionable game in Westeros cities where there was sea trade. The original owner, Dany Leasy, can also play 10 different types of chess pieces: armed mob, pikemen, crossbowmen, light cavalry, heavy cavalry, catapult, siege scale, elephant, dragon, king. The rules were a bit like a cross between military chess and chess. There were 7 or 8 spectators around them. Dany also stopped to watch the battle, while Barristan sat in the dark with his hood on, drinking. As he got closer, he felt that Tyrion's appearance was truly worthy of his name. He was so ugly that he didn't even look human. He was a living devil. Deformed devil monkey. Small-eared demon pig. In short, just based on his appearance, he was a bit of a waste of the great name Tyrion. Well, just like Starks, Brandon, and the Githas, Graz, Dan, Tyrion once belonged to a great king of Casterly Rock. When is the Alliance going to take action? Tyrion asked. Why are you asking this? Of course it's to avoid war. 7 gods above, hundreds of thousands of troops in a fierce battle. Whoever doesn't avoid it is a fool. That's true, but I can't tell you the answer. The grey-bearded man shook his head. Isn't Captain Terry's tuna also on the list? The little devil asked casually. They'll die just the same if they get hit by an arrow. Hee, I can't refute that. Tyrion laughed foolishly. Checkmate. He pressed down a chess piece, rubbed his hands and laughed. Captain Terry, thank you for letting me win, I won again. Sigh. Greybeard took out a handful of copper coins from his pocket and put it on the table. He said unwillingly, here, let's play again. Okay. While arranging the chess pieces, Tyrion casually said, oh right, why do the Volantis hate the Dragon Queen so much? Slave Bay is 3,000 kilometers away from here. The person who asked this question must have never done maritime trade. Tyrion stuck out his round belly, look at my body, even a bathtub could drown me. Why would I go to the sea? Unless the sea is full of wine. Ha ha ha. The people around him laughed. Slave trade is not only the livelihood of Slave Bay, it's related to the balance of maritime trade all over the world. Simply put, slaves can reduce the cost of maritime trade by 90%. Oh, it's for money. Tyrion suddenly understood. Terry shook his head and sighed, the profit of maritime trade is tens, hundreds of times. Changing slaves to contracted workers, squeezing them for a few years is not a devastating blow to maritime trade, but look at the merchant's house, slaves warm our beds, cook, wipe the table, carry the dishes, feed the horses, wash the chamber pot, look at Volantis, slaves produce food for the Volantis people, clean the streets, educate the children, guard the city walls, pilot the warships, charge the enemy. So you understand? This city can't do without slaves. But at this moment, all the slaves in the city turned their eyes to the east, looking forward to the glorious savior, Dragon Queen, Misha, the liberator. Inside the black wall, the nobles with ancient bloodlines were unable to eat and sleep well. The slaves in the kitchen were so scared that they peed their pants when they sharpened their knives. Not only the nobles could not tolerate this situation, even the poor in the city hated the Dragon Queen. According to the law, even the lowliest beggar in the countryside has a higher status than a slave, but that woman wants to take away their last bit of comfort. How can they not be angry? Makes sense, but it's a little stupid. Tyrion shook his head. What do you mean? Do you think that the lords of the Westeros don't live as carefree as your trading princes and city governors? The little devil asked. I've only been to the old town, but I've never seen the lord there. Greybeard Terry shrugged and moved his heavy cavalry to Tyrion's trebuchet. Tyrion quickly placed the dragon beside the trebuchet and nodded. The old Count of Sea Tower has been studying magic in the Towering Tower all these years. Even the matter of his youngest daughter cheating on her husband did not alarm him. Dany could not help but mourn for Cora for 3 seconds. The people of the Seven Kingdoms seemed to know that he was being cuckolded. Let's put it this way. The things that the Volantis nobles can do to the slaves, such as strengthening, whipping, cutting off their hands and feet, free labor. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms can do to the free people in their own territories. In name, Westeros are not allowed to have slaves, but most of the civilians are no different from slaves. Tyrion was speaking from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, other than the tattoos on their faces, the maids of Casterly Rock were no different from the slaves of the Volantis nobles. If I were the governor of Volantis, I would find out that the woman not only has 3 dragons, for she hatched another golden dragon. Terry interrupted him. Another dragon? Where did it come from? Tyrion was stunned. There are currently 2 popular theories. Slavers Bay claims that the queen's maid was tragically killed by an assassin, and the gods compensated her with a golden dragon. She even named the dragon Golden Dolia. A sea merchant said. Clang, the elephant in his hand fell on the chessboard. The little devil stared with his black and blue eyes and said in disbelief, "Say it again, a dead maid, compensated with a dragon? How can she say such nonsense? And you idiots seem to believe it?" Terry directly used the dragon to eat his elephant and sneered, "You're the idiot. You don't know anything. Now that the dragon eggs have become fossils that have lost their vitality, if you want to hatch a dragon, you can only exchange for an undead dragon soul from the dark world and bathe in fire to be reborn." Chapter 193. A merchant in a silk robe said solemnly, "This has already become an open secret." The Blackwall nobles even went to ask the Red God's supreme priest, Benello. He also admitted that the Light King Lalo had 2 sides to him. One controlled the light, and the other ruled the dark world of death. The Red God's priests resurrecting the dead is nothing new. Since they can pull a person's soul back from the dark world, why can't they let a dragon's soul be reborn? Benello? The supreme priest of the Red God Temple of Volantis, similar to the Pope of the Vatican. But this expert seemed to have fallen into a trap. Dany rubbed her nose, feeling a little awkward. That woman lost her brother, husband, and son in exchange for 3 miraculous dragons. So, in order to hatch a dragon, other than a dragon egg, she must also sacrifice her loved one to Lalo, who controls the dark world. Terry concluded. But do you know the tragedy of the Midsummer Hall? Tyrion's ugly face scrunched up. In the Midsummer Hall of Dorne, a king's eldest son, countless fire warlocks, 7 gods cultivators, and soldiers died in order to hatch a dragon, but not a single dragon scale was hatched. Relying on the 7 gods to hatch a dragon? Ha ha ha. The people around laughed. Everyone in the world knows that the 7 gods don't exist. The 7 gods cultivators are no different from ordinary people. Dwarf, go to the Red Temple Square and broaden your horizons. After meeting the supreme priest, Benello, you will realize that the gods you have worshipped for thousands of years are just 7 pieces of wood. Tyrion's face turned red, but he couldn't refute, because 3 days ago when he came to Volantis, he passed by the Red God Square. He had always thought that the red-robed milkman was the same as the bishop in St. Belle's Cathedral, who only knew how to use small tricks to deceive believers, but Dany Rise also worships the 7 gods, right? He argued in the end. No one denies her uniqueness. Just like some beautiful bad women, who are chased by countless men, but she ignores them. There are also some good women, who no one wants even if they throw themselves at men. This is life. Without a doubt, that woman has the destiny to be loved by the gods. Without such a destiny, would she be called the mother of dragons? To be able to get a dragon by killing a maid? To be able to defeat hundreds of thousands of Guy's people? Captain Terry sighed. Tyrion was speechless. He felt as if his worldview was about to be overturned. It's also possible that she got a great bargain, someone said. There is another saying that virtuous sage Yuan Kai sacrificed his entire family, including himself, to Lalo. However, the dragon egg was stolen by that woman, and she obtained a dragon for free. An old sailor nodded in agreement. I just came back from New JS. Everyone there said that Dragon Granny actually hatched the golden dragon. Why is there another venerable father? Dany couldn't help but interject. The people nearby had already noticed her. Even Tyrion had taken a few glances at her. Everyone around them was talking about this topic. Dany's lack of participation made her seem odd. The witch who helped great sage Mourinho hatch the dragon called herself the Lady of Dragons because she hatched a dragon. According to her, even that woman acknowledged the title. Granny of the Dragon? Fuck. That's impossible, right? No matter how stupid the mother of dragons is, she wouldn't let others take advantage of her. Dany's mouth twitched. But the stack of queers deeds that Dragon Granny took out all came from the mother of dragons. Dany was stupefied. So, the rumor that the Alliance is preparing to hatch a dragon isn't false? Tyrion asked while stroking his messy beard. It's not preparation. It's already started. I heard that 2 small noble families in New JIS have already gone extinct. Dany turned her head to look. It was a medium-sized, grey-robed, dark-skinned youth, and he was a fire mage. Yes, not only were there twisted flame runes imprinted on his grey robe, Dany could also see 2 flickering flames through his blue eyes. She thought it was an illusion. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. It was still a cluster of yellow flames in the blue sky. What's going on? Could it be? Dany suddenly remembered the 9-colored vortex ripples that appeared in her eyes. I saw through his mind and saw the fire mage's fundamental meditation technique. This, the perfect inheritance of the Valeglia people, is too overbearing. It was not rare to meet fire mages in the merchant's house. Standing on tiptoe and looking around, one could find 7 to 8 mysterious professionals in the corner. There were fire mages, fire warlocks, shadow-binding warriors, and even necromancers. As for the righteous moon singers, priestesses, and red god priests, there were even more. Especially the red-robed monks, there were more than 10 of them. Many Tiger Cloak army soldiers who came in to drink bowed respectfully when they saw them. Gone extinct? To hatch a dragon? Tyrion was shocked. Yes, the Dragon Granny burned them all and offered them to the Shadow Devil. The Fire Mage nodded. The Dragon Queen can hatch a dragon by any maid's death. They, on the other hand, didn't even hatch a single strand of hair. The little devil sneered. The Fire Mage said, I had a letter exchange with the Dragon Granny. She claimed that the golden dragon was hatched by herself and that it was a lie by the mother of dragons to change the maids. That woman was worried that if everyone had a dragon, that a dragon queen would no longer be the only one. But the Dragon Granny burned 2 noble families to death and still didn't hatch a dragon. How did she explain that? Dany asked. It's simple. The quality and quantity of the offerings were not enough. Everyone knows that Lalo is not a good person. His greed even made us not dare to study the witchcraft of the underworld. The fire mage said seriously. I'm afraid that the two noble families didn't do it willingly. Tyrion sneered. The dragon granny also said that because the family heads didn't willingly sacrifice themselves, the effect might be worse. Tyrion's eyes flashed and he said coldly, "You are all wrong. The Dragon Queen's dragon hatching theory is actually a paradox. Only by sacrificing the one you love the most can you please Lalo. But if you deliberately hatch a dragon, it means that your love for the dragon surpasses everything. Obviously, the one you love the most, in the sacrifice can't be achieved. Yes, dwarf, your brain is quite flexible. The dragon hatching theory is just a scam." Dany's eyes lit up and she praised. Tyrion was unhappy when he heard the word a dwarf. He stuck out his lower abdomen and said, "My work is more flexible. Do you want to try it?" Chi! Dany pulled out a dagger from her waist. Just like how she twirled a pencil in class, the small and thin dagger danced happily between her fingers. Under the candlelight, the flickering red light was dazzling, but from the beginning to the end, her fingers didn't cut her skin at all. "Take off your pants and let me see how flexible that little thing is." Dany looked at the fire mage with a smile. "I heard that a dwarf's penis has magic power." "Yes." The fire mage nodded and took out a 2-finger-long black sausage from his waist pocket. "An amulet from Mataris. It can help me quickly recover my magic power during meditation." 7 levels of hell. Looking at the shriveled sausage strung on a red string, Tyrion's eyes bulged. He bent down and cursed loudly, "You bunch of damn barbarians, bang." In Dany's vision, the yellow flame in the fire mage's eyes suddenly rose 3 feet high. Then, a small flame the size of a broad bean rose up from Tyrion's messy golden and brown beard. Oh, there's a fire." The chandelier's wick fell. Tyrion slapped his chin and shouted. "Huff, huff." The fire mage's forehead was sweating, and his breathing became heavier. Dany was surprised to see that the flame in his blue eyes suddenly extinguished, leaving only a small spark flickering. "Humph. This is just a small lesson for you to understand that you should maintain proper respect for people who have mysterious powers." The fire mage lifted his chin slightly and said arrogantly. The mercenaries, merchants, and sailors nearby were shocked. They took a step back, and the area around the fire mage immediately became empty. "You!" Tyrion smelled something burning on his lips. He stared at the fire mage and said in surprise, "You did this?" The fire mage clasped his hands behind his back and nodded proudly. "Ha ha ha." Tyrion slapped the table and laughed. "This little fire, after my second brother finishes peeing, the remaining drop will be enough to extinguish it." This guy also saw the fire mage's unnatural expression. Dany was deep in thought. Hugo Caesar apologized to the mage. The square-faced middle-aged man beside him scolded sternly. Tyrion shrugged and stood up from his seat. He clasped his hands together and said, "Forgive me, mage. I drank too much and even the topic went off track." Smack. He slapped his forehead and shouted, "Oh, we were talking about the Alliance's conquest of the Dragon Queen. Why bother? Why bother? Not only does she have 4 dragons, but she also has an army of 50,000 or 100,000. She is also a master of war. Why bother with her? If the queen wants to free the slaves, then let her free them. She still needs the help of officials and nobles to maintain her rule, right? If I were a Volantis person, when she rides a dragon over, I would immediately kneel down and lick her feet. I can keep my title and property. Even if the slaves and servants are free, I can still continue to enslave them by employing them." The little devil seemed to be really drunk. He stopped playing chess and stood on the stool with his arms outstretched. His face was red as he shouted, "This is a perverted world, a world full of pain and injustice. It's a bloody world of cannibalism. What the hell was slavery? Without slavery, this world will be beautiful? Impossible. Slave masters eat slaves, feudal lords eat commoners, Dragon Queen eats feudal lords, great mages eat gnomes, the strong eat the weak. There is no difference, and there will never be a fundamental change. Give up your identity as a slave master and become a duke or earl of Volantis. Won't you still drink blood and eat meat? At most, Dragon Queen can't bear to see fresh blood. You can roast the medium-rare steak until it is 90% done. Ha ha ha. The little devil panted and laughed. Silence filled the place. Those who didn't understand only watched him as a monkey show. Those who understood frowned and looked solemn. Hugexishin, right? A gray-haired old scholar in a gray robe pushed through the crowd and looked at Tyrion meaningfully. He smiled and said, "You definitely haven't studied the code." What code? Tyrion was confused. Queen Dany Leesy's Code, a legal classic that strictly regulates the relationship between lords and vassals, vassals and free people, kings and officials and commoners. So what? Tyrion was puzzled. Don't the Westeros have similar codes? The code stipulates that farmers are free, but many territories don't even have the right to the first night. You will understand if you think about it carefully. Why would the Gith people form an alliance in a hurry? Why would the alliance want to contact the Westeros and Braavosi? Most of the crew, foreign merchants, tourists, and mercenaries who were watching nearby were enlightened. Some of the captains bowed in respect and even stepped back to make way for her. The old woman smiled and nodded to those people in response, like a king. However, there were also some locals who looked at her coldly, unmoved. Dany even heard a few Volantis merchants cursing in a low voice behind her. That bitch of Wagero, damn it! Dany could not help but look carefully. It was a woman whose spine had been bent by the years. Her back was piled up with ugly humps that were almost parallel to the top of her head. Her white hair was too sparse. Under the red light of the torch, her pink scalp could be seen clearly. There was a scar on her cheek. Dany suspected that there was a slave tattoo there. Although she looked old, the old widow's eyes were black and bright, revealing rich experience and deep wisdom. As the old woman walked over step by step, the slaves besieging the Tiger Cloak army retreated to make way for her. The short officer who was surrounded by the Tiger Cloak army saw her and suppressed the anger in his heart. He asked, "Madam, what do you mean?" The old widow stamped the cane in her hand and said, "This is the merchant's house. This is the East City. Let go of this guest and leave with your people." The old widow waved her hand and interrupted him. "I know what he said, but so what? The merchant's house even entertains the necromancers of Shadow Asia, let alone a scholar from the land of the setting sun. Are you a scholar? Where's the necklace?" Moss looked back at the gray-robed scholar with messy clothes. The old man twisted his head uncomfortably and said, "I'm just a traveler seeking the truth. Everyone knows about that woman's relationship with Westeros. It's reasonable for a scholar to be a spy for her." Moss insisted. The widow by the water moved in front of the soldier and shouted in a low voice, "You stupid pig, do you know how much negative impact your actions will have on the merchant's house? Do you know that the income of the merchant's house supports at least a third of the old nobles?" Moss's expression changed. He looked back at the brown-skinned man, gritted his teeth, and waved to the Tiger Cloak army. "Let him go. Let's go." "Hey, General," the brown-skinned man wanted to say something more, but the old widow glared and scolded, "Captain Harris, I know you are a Gith and have served in the Iron Army for 3 years, but this is Volantis. Allowing you to perform bullshit dramas in the merchant's house is the limit of my tolerance. If you dare to destroy the reputation of the merchant's house, I can't guarantee that the Gith people here can leave the harbor safely." The brown-skinned man pointed at the old woman in anger. "When that woman attacks, I hope your merchant's house can still be as full as it is today. I'm just a small shareholder of the merchant's house. Even if it closes tomorrow, it won't affect me much." After the Tiger Cloak army left, the old woman comforted the gray-robed scholar softly and promised to waive his accommodation fees. After that, she glanced at Tyrion and walked to the shadows of the northeast corner with the help of two maids. She seems to be very famous and prestigious. Tyrion helped Dany ask the question in her heart. Do you still want to play chess? Greybeard Terry asked. We'll play tomorrow. Answer my question first. I don't know her real name. Everyone calls her the widow by the water. Did you see the scar on her face? Slave? Bed slave. The teardrop tattoo on her face was dug out. When she was young, she was trained in Yuan Kai and was proficient in the 7 cries of spring. Even the governor of Volantis was fascinated by her. Tisk tsk, I can't see it at all. Tyrion muttered in a low voice. She even has a great-grandson. Terry rolled his eyes and continued to explain in a low voice. Governor Wagero fell in love with her, gave her freedom, and married her. Wow, true love, it must be true love. Dany exclaimed. Shoo, lower your voice. Captain Terry nervously looked at the corner and cursed in a low voice. The story has a good beginning, but it doesn't have a perfect ending. Can you imagine the reaction of the nobles in the Blackwall? In a few years, Wagero died of depression. The widow by the water took over his business, but she was forced to sell her husband's ancestral home that had been passed down for thousands of years. Because free people are not allowed to live in the Blackwall. Didn't you say that she already has a great-grandson? Could it be that she had a son with another man? Dany curiously asked. Captain Greybeard sighed. The nobles in the Blackwall don't allow the son of a bed slave to inherit the noble family name. You have to understand that Wagero had brothers and relatives, and they. Sigh. Later on, she lived in the merchant's house as a shareholder. People who are in trouble only need to bring gifts and come to the merchant's house for help. She will usually receive them and provide help according to the situation. Over the decades, countless crew members, captains, merchants, sorcerers, monks, and foreign travelers have benefited from her kindness. Tyrion thought for a while and looked at his companion. I need her help with something. What taboos do I have to pay attention to? Respect, she needs respect. Also, don't ever mention the name Wagero's whore in front of her. Dany pointed at a few merchants who were talking loudly in the hall and complained, I just heard the Volantis moneylenders say it. I don't care about that. Greybeard shrugged and left. Tyrion glanced at Dany and left with the square-faced middle-aged man. Dany found Barristan in the shadows in the corner and asked, Did you see anyone familiar? There were a few merchants in King's Landing selling goods in the front hall. I went up and asked around, and guess what? Tyrion first poisoned his nephew, King Joffrey, at the wedding banquet, and then killed his father. White Knight was in disbelief and emphasized, King Joffrey is dead, Duke Tywin is dead, and Tywin Lannister was shot by his son and died in the latrine, too. God, what's going on? Kinslaying, is the little devil crazy? Lion died while defecating in the stone room. Dany had known about this for a long time. The big boss of the middle stage of the game, the peerless hero who quelled the rebellion of the Four Kings, died in the latrine. But she didn't care about this. Tyrion escaped alone. Eight-clawed spider Varys was also involved. He might be nearby, but I didn't see him. Why don't you go upstairs and rest, and I'll keep an eye on the little devil? Barristan said. Don't be in a hurry to sleep, look over there. Looking in the direction Dany indicated, there was a shadowbinder wearing a wooden mask, 3 fire mages, a blue-lipped wizard Queers, a middle-aged moon chanter, and 4 men and 2 women in front of the fake mountain cave in the courtyard. They were all carrying bags and were sneaking around, discussing something. What are they doing? Dany asked curiously. I don't know. You keep an eye on Tyrion, I'll go take a look. But those people are trash. Dany interrupted him and patted the Valeglia steel dagger on her waist. She said proudly, in front of me, they are all trash. White Knight only hesitated for a moment, thinking that the queen had defeated a few demigods, so it shouldn't be a big problem. He nodded and agreed. Dany pulled up her hood, crossed the corridor, and before the 5 people went into the cave, she jogged over and asked, Hey, fire mage, Where are you going? If she did not notice the distorted face of the shadow, she would have thought that it was the black flame. But compared to Danny's nine-colored vortex that was as vast as the ocean, the shadow-binding warrior was also fun. She was relieved. Ignoring the moon singer's dissuasion, she followed him into the stone tunnel. After making several turns in the narrow crack, the seven of them walked for about half a mile and arrived at a cold basement that was 200 square meters wide. An old slave with thin blue hair and pale skin was waiting at the door with an oil lamp in his hand. Seeing the old fire mage at the front, he took a step back and bowed respectfully. He hung the oil lamp on the stone wall and left through a small wooden door. Under the oil lamp, Danny caught a glimpse of the old slave's appearance, and she could not help but be shocked. His face was like a portrait drawn with ink soaked in water. His nose was on his forehead, his mouth was next to his left ear, and one of his eyes was between his eyebrows and the other was under his chin. A deformed monster. Everyone else looked as if they were used to it, and Danny did not dare to ask. The basement had 4 gray stone walls and a gray floor. It was empty, with nothing inside. The ceiling was especially high, at least 7 to 8 meters. Even the light couldn't reach it. After entering the basement, the other 6 people stood close to the wall next to the oil lamp. Danny suppressed her surprise and also stood next to the moon singer. Clap! 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 The old fire mage clapped his hands and said in Valeglia with an accent, "Let's not talk nonsense. Show us your skills first, then we'll talk about the deal." His skillful and relaxed demeanor and movements all showed one thing: this was an experienced driver. "I'll go first." The young fire mage walked to the center of the hall and faced everyone. He took out 2 fist-sized glass bottles from the pouch at his waist. He even held up the bottles to let Danny and the others see clearly. One was a fiery red powder, like chili powder, and the other was a greenish-brown powder, like pepper powder. Was he going to barbecue? He squatted down and slowly opened the bottle. He held the bottle with both hands and turned it over. After grabbing 2 handfuls of powder, he placed the bottle on the ground in front of him. "Watch carefully." After reminding everyone, the young fire mage's sea of consciousness lit up with yellow flames. He clapped his hands that were holding the powder and shouted, "Blood Dragon Dance!" Boom! He rubbed his hands together, and 2 sparks the size of rice cookers appeared in front of him, one red and one blue. The burning smell of sulfur and saltpeter filled the stone room, and it was a little choking. Then, the young man danced around like he was having a seizure. The 2 sparks gradually stretched and transformed into 2 lumps of megalosaurus. Yes, 2 lumps. Not only were there no eyes, noses, mouths, scales, and other details, but there were also no large hind legs. They looked like a mischievous 5-year-old child made with the dough his mother used to make dumplings. The young man's face was red, and the veins on his neck and forehead bulged. 2 streams of sweat flowed from his nose. Finally, the red dragon and the blue dragon slowly approached and entangled with each other. Poof, extinguished. Good, good, good. Just as Danny was about to hiss, the other 2 fire mages clapped their hands excitedly and shouted 3 times in a row. Their uncontrollable excitement did not seem to be an act at all. Was it really that good? Danny was expressionless. Just as she was about to ask, "What's so good about it?" Wizard Queers stepped forward and said emotionally, "Lisbon, you are indeed the most outstanding mage of our generation. I can't compare to you." The young fire mage nodded proudly. If Wizard Haihong had returned to Queers for 2 years, he would have had a chance to reach my current level. Danny's expressionless face almost cracked. After Lisbon bent down to put away the glass bottle and returned to the stone wall, the old black man looked around and asked, "Who's second?" "Me." The Shadowbinder's voice was hoarse as he stepped forward. Standing in the middle of the stone room, the Shadowbinder took off his backpack and took out a basin of charcoal. There was also a pack of charcoal and a glass bottle as thick as a thumb. It was half filled with a dark red liquid. The shadow binder placed the charcoal into the metal basin and lit it. The charcoal burned brightly, and the faint red flames rose 2 feet high. Waves of heat spread out in the cold basement. The shadow binder placed his hands above the brazier and warmed them while chanting an incantation that Danny could not understand. The stone room seemed to have opened a cooling valve. Gradually, the heat dissipated, and a chilling air filled the air. It was the kind of eerie chill that one would find in a cold tomb. Danny was shocked to see the shadow behind the shadow binder twisting and turning. At first, it was as slow as a twig sprouting, but the faster the shadow binder chanted, the more intense the shadow became. Finally, a dense sea of shadows appeared on the wall behind the shadow binder. "This bottle of blood came from a noble," the shadow binder said as she raised the glass bottle. She then opened the bottle and poured the blood into the brazier. Sizzle! The smell of burnt flesh filled the air along with the white smoke. It was nauseating. What happened next shocked Danny. The shadow behind the shadow binder slowly moved closer to the center, and the black color became thicker and thicker. She had never imagined that a shadow could be so dark and lifeless. Just one look at it was enough to make her shiver and freeze her soul. It was like a two-dimensional paper person stuck to the wall, struggling to enter the three-dimensional world. A blurry humanoid shadow walked out of the wall. It was like a sleepwalker, wandering aimlessly in the room without making a sound. It approached the oil lamp, and the shadow turned from light to dark. It retreated into the shadows, and the color gradually decreased. It was very strange. The brighter the flame, the clearer the shadow became. Gulp! Danny swallowed. She turned around and saw that the others were even weaker than her. Their faces were filled with fear, and they were dumbfounded. She instantly looked better. She seemed to have gained courage from the others' cowardice. So powerful. "Sir, can you control it to kill people?" she asked. The shadow binder looked at her in surprise. He was surprised that she was not affected by his blood magic. Fear appeared on the faces of the others. It was mostly due to the fact that they were being suppressed on the level of their souls when faced with superior spells. This priestess of the 7 goddesses was not simple. "I can't control him," the shadow binder said. "Him?" The Asha woman explained seriously, "I used the noble's blood to summon the noble's shadow. The noble's soul is projected on his shadow, but he has his own will, even if his will is chaotic and ignorant. Is it because you're not strong enough, or is there some other reason? I've heard that someone can control the shadow to kill people from a distance like a servant." The shadow binder looked at her strangely for a while. He did not expect that this weak and fake mysterious person would dare to say such things to him. "I'm the most notorious shadow binder, and I'm playing with the soul of a noble. Is it because the ignorant are fearless? Impossible." The woman with the wooden mask shook her head and said with certainty, "I said that the shadow is attached to the noble's soul. The soul is the combination of the will and the spirit. I can only control it, but I can't. It's not that I can't make him kill people. I'm not strong enough, but even if I'm strong enough to control him to kill people, I have to meet a condition he wants the victim to die. Do you understand? Shadow binders can only control and tempt the shadow to act, but they can't distort its will. It's just like how no one can make a normal person on the street commit suicide with a few words." Chapter 196. After chatting with the shadow-binding sorcerer, Danny's fear gradually disappeared. She ran to the shadow and examined it carefully. She couldn't see the features clearly, but there were arms and legs. The head and neck were blurry. Just like Lisbon's blood dragon dance, the details were lacking. Danny asked, "Will the noble die without a soul?" "After the witchcraft ends, the soul will automatically return to the body. It's like the noble had a dream." "Can I touch him?" Danny pointed at the shadow and asked. The shadow-binding sorcerer, the black fire sorcerer, looked at the 7 goddess priestess in shock and said, "You're so brave." Danny and the shadow-binding sorcerer talked for a while. The others slowly recovered from the shock and fear. You can try, the shadow-binding sorcerer said quietly. It was cold and soft to the touch, like a jelly that had been frozen overnight. It's a bit cold. It seems to be absorbing the heat from my hand. As Danny spoke, she flicked the shadow's head a few times. It's very sturdy. Then she grabbed the shadow's wrist and squeezed it slightly. It turned into powder like a piece of wood that had been rotten for tens of thousands of years. The shadow wriggled a few times and started running around the room. It looked a bit panicked. It's still a bit fragile. Danny held up the broken arm that was struggling and twisted. She looked at the shadow-binding sorcerer and asked, "What should we do now? Can we throw it on the ground?" You. The shadow-binding sorcerer, who had been acting like a master since the beginning of the courtyard, couldn't stay calm anymore. He pointed at Danny and shouted with a distorted voice, "Why are you fine? What's wrong?" Danny tried to throw the wriggling shadow away, but it was as light as a feather. She opened her palm, and the wriggling arm was still stuck to her palm. The fire sorcerer, the wizard, and the moon singer all looked at her blankly. Finally, the black fire sorcerer took a few steps forward and asked, "How do you feel?" "I don't feel anything. It's lighter than cotton candy. It's just a bit cold and sticky. Try it." She put the broken arm in front of the old fire sorcerer. "What kind of candy is cotton candy?" the old fire mage asked casually. He subconsciously reached out his right hand and grabbed his broken wrist. The shadow that was stuck to Danny's palm immediately fell off. This is strange." She looked at her palm from left to right. It was white and clean, and there was nothing there. Cluck, 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 cluck. The sound of teeth chattering rang in everyone's ears like raindrops hitting banana leaves. Danny took a closer look and found that the old fire sorcerer's face was dark. His white eyebrows, beard, and short hair were all covered in white frost. His eyes were white, and he looked like a dead catfish. It was visible to the naked eye that the white gas coming out of his mouth was getting lesser and lesser. I can only exhale but not inhale." Danny took a few steps back and pointed at the old man. "What's wrong with him?" The shadow-binding knight glared at her and quickly bent down to take out a pot lid from his cloth bag, covering the brazier with it. Hiss hiss. The 3-feet-tall flame retreated back into the brazier. Not long after, the flame was extinguished. The shadow that had been running wildly in the room quickly dimmed and disappeared. Plop! The old fire mage sat on the ground, panting heavily. "You people from the Midsummer Islands are really children of summer. You've never seen snow or experienced winter. You can't even stand this little bit of cold." Danny shook her head and sighed. The shadow-binding knight walked over to help the old man up and asked, "Master Conti, how do you feel?" "I'm okay. Master Tam's magic power is strong." "This old man." The fire mage glanced at the unscathed Danny, shook his head, and sighed. "I'm ashamed. Alas, I can't even compare to a fake priest." "I'm really a priest of the 7 gods," Danny argued. "A priest without a god has no power. It's all fake." The young Lisbon stepped forward and helped the old fire mage to the wall. He looked at Danny strangely and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you attacked by Master Tam's magic power?" "I'm not afraid of the cold," she said. "It's not a matter of whether it's cold or not." The fire mage seemed to have thought of something and was stunned for a moment. He pointed at Danny and said in surprise, "You have the talent to become a mystery person, and a very high talent. You don't need to cultivate, but you have magic power in your body." The shadow-binding knight and the others suddenly understood. The 7 gods were fake, and the priests of the 7 gods were also fake mysteries. However, this didn't mean that the fake priests didn't have the talent for witchcraft. "What's your name?" Moon Singer asked. Well, with the talent to become a mystery person, these people began to see Danny as a human. "Layla of the Arathorn family in Bravos," she said. "Arathorn. Moonsinger thought for a moment and said in realization, the Arathorn family in Moon Pond Street. Your ancestors used to live inside the Black Wall, right? Danny shrugged and said casually, it's been hundreds of years. The Arathorn family in Bravos was a small noble family with Valeglia blood. When Danny and Liz were very young, William Derry even received the Arathorn family head when he came to visit. Later, Sir William died of illness, and Danny and Liz were chased out of the mahogany door by the servants. Viserys even brought his sister to the Arathorn family for help. It was obvious that the people who chased the siblings out were not the servants of the family. Arathorn didn't even let the two young Targaryens enter the house. Layla, you can try to convert to Lalo. The priests of the seven gods really don't have a future, Moonsinger advised. The old fire mage stood up and said slowly, let's talk about private matters in private. It's late. Let's continue. Moonsinger nodded and walked forward. I'll do it. The zebra man didn't use any tools. He sat cross-legged on the gray stone floor and muttered something. His black eyes rolled around. Danny felt a little dizzy just watching from the side. There were no other sound and light special effects, but Danny noticed that the new moon in the man's mind was expanding rapidly. It expanded to a full moon, and then quickly thinned into a crescent moon. Although she didn't know what he was doing, he was definitely doing it. Phew, the zebra man exhaled deeply. He stood up and said solemnly, tomorrow morning, there will be heavy fog in Volantis. At 9:00 in the morning, the fog will disperse and the sun will shine. In the afternoon, the temperature will be a little high. Remember to drink more water and don't catch a fever. In the evening, the sky will be full of light and the breeze will be gentle. If you have time, I suggest that you go to Boar Cliff to watch the sunset. Danny was stunned for a moment. She asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Prophecy. Moonsinger is prophesying tomorrow's weather, the old black mage said. Actually. Danny looked conflicted. Actually, she could guess that tomorrow would be a sunny day. But when she saw how tired the zebra man was and how sweaty he was, she couldn't bring herself to say those words. Next was Wizard Queers. He gave Danny a little surprise. He took out a blue turtle shell the size of a lunchbox and chanted a spell. A turtle made of blue light crawled out of the shell. It had 4 limbs, a head, and a pair of illusory wings. It floated in the air. A phantom turtle? She called out. The wizard nodded. He tapped the turtle's head with his finger. The phantom turtle quickly expanded from the size of a lunchbox to the size of a rice cooker. Go! The wizard growled. The phantom turtle spun in a circle, flapping its wings and moving its limbs in the air. It came to Danny as fast as a galloping horse. Moo! The turtle called out. Then, a message appeared in her mind, is it powerful? She nodded blankly. Powerful, powerful, very powerful. Boom! The phantom turtle turned into a ball of blue light and disappeared. How far can your phantom turtle run? Danny looked at the exhausted wizard and asked. It can go anywhere within 500 meters, Wizard Haihong said proudly. But the blue mist in your mind is 3/4 gone, brother. Very powerful. Is there anything special about this turtle shell? Danny looked at him with admiration. The wizard didn't hesitate and said, you know the Loinese god, right? They treat the entire Lone River as a god, the mother of the Lone River. Although she was crippled by the Valeglia, the mother of the Lone River is far more real than the 7 gods. There are a group of gods under the mother of the Lone River. One of them is a giant turtle, the Old Man of the River. Maybe it's because of the Old Man of the River's divine bloodline, but some of the turtles in the Lone River have very high spirituality. He shook the turtle shell in his hand. Like this one. I spent 40 silver coins to buy this turtle shell from a Loinese fisherman. Loinese? Danny could tell that this wasn't a normal term. Only the Loinese believe in the Old Man of the River. It's rare for others to see this kind of auspicious sign. Danny was shocked and said in disbelief, "Believers kill their own God?" "Ha, as long as the price is high enough, they can even sell their parents and children. Aren't they human?" The wizard cracked his blue lips and sneered. "It's said that every fisherman only has one chance in their life. If they take the 40 silver coins, they'll never see the old man of the river again for the rest of their lives." Without further delay, the wizard put away the turtle shell and retreated to the wall. The next person to appear was the inconspicuous, skinny middle-aged fire wizard. He was about 4 feet taller than Tyrion, who was less than 6 feet tall. His cheeks were so thin that one could see the outline of his skull. He took off his gray robe and sandals in the middle of the stone hall, leaving only a white cloth wrapped around his waist. His ribs were clearly visible. He was so skinny that he was out of shape. The skinny man took out a ball of cotton wool the size of a pillow and sprinkled it with pungent fire oil. He moistened it and spread it out into a 4-meter-long strip. The length of the cotton wool was uneven. It was thick in the middle and had 2 ends. Ignite! Boom! A 4-meter-long red wall of fire rose in the room. The flame in the middle was more than 2 meters high, and the 2 sides were shorter, only half a meter high. From where Danny and the others were standing, it looked like a mountain of fire. The skinny man stretched his neck and twisted his waist. After warming up, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "Everyone, I'm going to show you the fire escape technique." Fire escape technique? Danny's interest was piqued. "Huh." The skinny man retreated to the wall and shouted. He quickly ran toward the wall of fire. "Ah, ha, ha, ha." Like a motorcycle sprinting down a muddy hill, the skinny man climbed and ran on the fire with his bare feet as if he was stepping on solid objects. He ran until he reached the other side, then sped down. Clap! The skinny man's bare feet landed on the ground. He actually ran on the fire for 4 meters. Clap, clap, clap. Danny clapped with all her might and shouted excitedly, "Good, that's great." The magicians nearby were originally calm, but when they saw Danny clapping so excitedly, they hid the disdain in their eyes and clapped as well out of politeness. Seeing everyone's unprecedented enthusiasm, the skinny man, who had originally planned to run and leave the stage, was also excited. Even the shadow binder and the #1 genius of the younger generation are clapping for me. I must perform well. What do we do now? Lisbon frowned. The old man glanced at the shadow bind warriors vaguely. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a rare opportunity. Let's continue. I'm the only one left anyway." For a fire magician like Pogba, being burned is a common occurrence. It shouldn't be a big problem. Lisbon nodded in agreement. A common occurrence? How miserable would that be? Danny's mouth twitched. She asked in confusion, "I once saw a fire magician climbing a fire ladder that was 7 or 8 meters high like an ape on the street. It seemed to be very easy. Why is it so difficult for Pogba to climb a fire wall?" Pogba can also easily complete the performance you saw, but this gathering is only for learning skills, real spells, the old man said calmly. What do you mean? Is that performance fake? It's half real and half fake. On a specific stage, with the help of steel wires, slow ropes, and other props, the old fire magician explained. The shadow bind warrior Tam also nodded in agreement. In the whole of Volantis, Pogba is one of the top 5 fire magicians. His strength is not to be underestimated. Danny did not know what to say. The old man stood in the middle of the stone hall. He felt the scorching heat from the burning ground. He immediately thought of the scene where everyone helped Pogba put out the fire. He did not need to feel a chill on his thighs. He hesitated. After a while, he said hesitantly, "Everyone, I was slightly injured earlier. Everyone has seen the strength of Great Wizard Tam. In order to eliminate the corrosion of the residual power of the blood witchcraft, I used too much magic power. I'm afraid I can't perform my basic spell as planned." I can only use a little trick used by guardians to amuse everyone. Okay, I already know your strength. The Shadowbind warrior nodded. The old man lit up the charcoal basin, put on a stand, and put in a small pot. He poured a pot of dark purple oil into it. The oil boiled, and the smell of oil filled the stone room. This is oil that has been refined with magic. It's very easy to ignite, the old fire magician explained. A few seconds after he finished speaking, the oil in the pot began to boil, and a raging fire suddenly rose up. The pillar of fire rose all the way to the ceiling, and the heatwave unscrupulously spread in all directions. The fire dyed everyone's faces red. The old fire magician took off his robe, revealing his ugly chest with loose skin. He took out a wooden box the size of a can bottle from his pocket. Fire repellent ointment. Then, he dug out a big lump of gray ointment and spread it evenly on his arms, palms, shoulders, and chest. He raised his hands so that everyone could see clearly. No one could tell that he had put something on his hands. Then, he put his hands into the oil pot bit by bit. With a sizzling sound, he kept scooping up the burning oil. He even put his hands in the fire to roast them. 7 gods above, this ointment is so effective against fire? Danny said in disbelief. Look at his chest, Moon Chant reminded her in a low voice. Danny didn't need her reminder. She had already seen the old fire magician's magic power flowing under the ointment. His arms, shoulders, and chest were like crabs in a steamer, red and steaming. Under the ointment's effect, the heat from his palms spread to other parts of his body and spread into the air. In short, the ointment was helping the skin on his hands to dissipate the heat. She was even more surprised because she saw through this. The old black magician was much more mature than the skinny man. Hearing Danny's surprise, he didn't insist. Soon, he dried his hands, removed the charcoal basin, and covered the oil pot with a lid. Tam coughed softly and glanced at Danny. He then said in a clear voice, "There are 3 purposes for this gathering. Demonstrate your spells, expand your knowledge, exchange spells with other classes of sorcerers, and discuss spell secrets with each other. The first purpose has been achieved. Who wants to exchange spells? How much is Mr. Wood's fire repellent ointment?" Lisbon asked first. "It's a level 3 protection spell," the shadow magician said casually. The old fire magician nodded without hesitation. "Sure." Lisbon frowned and took out a milky white porcelain bowl, a matching porcelain plate, and 2 dice from his backpack. Magic dice. You can roll the number you want. Then, he demonstrated several times, each time between 8 and 12 o'clock. Danny didn't see any magic waves. She couldn't help but wonder, are your dice filled with ahem? The shadow magician interrupted Danny's unfinished words. When other people are trading, they can't talk about other people's magic secrets. Magic secrets my ass. Isn't it just a dice filled with mercury? The young fire magician glared at Danny and looked at the shadow magician. What do you think? It's also a level 3 protection spell, Tam said. Okay, I'll trade, the old fire magician said. Then, the 2 walked to the other side of the stone room and started to talk about the deal in a low voice. At this time, Danny asked in confusion, "What's a level 3 protection spell?" The shadow magician was silent. Moonsinger whispered, "Basic meditation techniques are the foundation of spells. They're also called fundamental laws. Usually, to complement the fundamental laws, you'll learn a special skill, such as Lisbon's fire control and Pogba's fire escape. A person's energy is limited. It's rare to be able to study the fundamental laws and 1 or 2 special skills in a lifetime. But occult professionals also need money, so you'll often meet fire magicians who perform on the streets. The magic they use to make money is called protection spell. You can't have too many protection spells, because the audience will get tired of them. Because of this, you need more protection spells, not more. Of course, now that magic has recovered, as long as you're a real occult professional, your fundamental laws can also be used as a protection spell. For example, Pogba's fire escape can evolve into a fire ladder. Danny's face twisted. The mysterious veil of extraordinary was lifted, revealing 3 words, miserable, I'm so miserable. I believe you can see that Lisbon's magic dice doesn't need magic at all, but you can't deny that it can indeed cheat ahem. Moon Singer touched her nose and said awkwardly, it can make money, especially in the age of magic when the magic tide falls. A skill that can make money is a good skill. The more money it can make, the higher the level of the skill. Level 2 protection spells, Level 1 protection spells. Danny's face stiffened. She didn't know what to say. How was this a gathering of extraordinary? It was completely an exchange of swindlers. However, on second thought, Moon Chant's words did make sense. Transcendents were humans after all. They needed to eat and feed their families. They didn't steal or rob. They relied on their skills to earn money. What's wrong with cheating? Do wizards have protection spells too? Danny looked at Blue Lips. Of course, the wizard said matter-of-factly. What about Great Wizard Tam? I'm from the land of shadows, the shadow-binding knight said calmly. His face was covered by a wooden mask, so his expression couldn't be seen, but there was a hint of arrogance in his voice. Danny didn't understand. She was about to ask again when Moon Singer explained first. Lord Tam has real power. Do you know about the dragon hatching in Volantis? She thought for a moment and looked up. She glanced at the 5 people who were staring at her curiously and asked, who can give me a magic wand? Magic wand? What's that? Just any stick will do. No stick. How about a spoon? The old man took out a wooden spoon with a long handle that was used to dig out the fire-repelling ointment from his pocket. Okay. Danny took the spoon and pointed at the 3 dice. Are you all done? She asked. Yes. The 5 nodded. Let's begin. My magic skill is called 3 Gods Return to Cave. Why not the 7 gods? Don't you believe in the 7 gods? Moon Singer asked curiously. Let's understand the 3 gods first. Danny smiled slyly and said loudly, look carefully. Use the bowl to cover it. The first time, she was very fast. The others didn't think much of it. After all, it was a simple action. What could be fancy? The second bowl, cover the dice on the left. Now, you all see it, right? There's a die under each bowl, and there's one left in the middle. Is it like this? Yes. The old mage nodded. It's that simple. We all saw it. Continue, Lisbon said impatiently. Danny nodded. She picked up the dice in the middle with 2 fingers and held it in her left hand. She knocked the wooden spoon in her right hand on the porcelain bowl on the left and chanted a spell in Chinese that no one could understand. Mommy, 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 please bless me, Ghost Hand King. Your disciple will make a living in this world and help you develop the skills of 3 immortals return to cave. Whoosh go. This was advanced Valeglia language. Everyone could understand it. The 5 transcendent mages looked at her as if she was an idiot. Finally, Moon Singer couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? Danny waved her hand at him and pointed at the left bowl. She said loudly, now, guess how many dice are in it? Lisbon crossed his arms and sneered, do you think we're blind? Of course there's only 1. What about you? 1. The other 4 said together. Sigh, look carefully. Danny shook her head and sighed. She gently opened the left bowl. Ugh, 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 the 5 people's eyes bulged. Their mouths were so wide open that they could fit their fists. What sorcery is this? Aren't you a priest of the 7 gods? Don't tell me the priests of the 7 gods also have mystical powers. The young fire mage stuttered. Danny shrugged and covered the left bowl. She knocked the wooden spoon on the bottom of the right bowl and asked, how many dice are in there? 1. 2. The 5 people gave 2 different answers. Look carefully. Danny removed the bowl on the right, revealing the empty floor. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The 5 transcendents were stunned. Danny smiled faintly. She covered the right bowl and knocked the left bowl with the wooden spoon. She pointed at the left bowl and asked, "How many dice are in there?" "This." The 5 of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with bewilderment. "Io, it's just a demonstration. I'm not lying." "Ahem, I'm not asking you to bet. What are you afraid of? If you think of anything, just say it." Danny encouraged them. 3, it must be 3. Moonsinger gritted his teeth. "Yes, 3. The fire mage and wizard nodded in agreement. The Shadowbind hesitated for a moment and nodded. The dice in the right bowl teleported to the left bowl, so there are 3. Hee, you even thought of teleportation. As expected of a big shot in the transcendent world. Danny calmly opened the left bowl. What? Looking at the empty floor, the 5 transcendents were dumbfounded. She closed the left bowl and knocked the right bowl with the wooden spoon. "How many?" 3. She opened it. There was only 1. She closed the right bowl and knocked the left bowl with the wooden spoon. "How many?" 2. She opened it. There were 3. "How many? How many?" Danny's actions became faster and faster, and her questions also became faster and faster. The 5 great mages' eyes became more and more confused, and their minds became more and more confused. Gradually, they seemed to hallucinate. There was only 1 wooden spoon and 2 bowls left in the world. There was only 1 voice in their ears. How many, how many, how many? Seeing that they were about to break down, Danny threw away the wooden spoon and stood up. She looked at the Shadowbind and asked, "What level?" 2, Grand Wizard Tam said blankly. "I'm asking what level my guardian skill is." Danny's mouth twitched. "Ah, is it over?" The Shadowbind woke up with a start. He blinked and his eyes gradually regained clarity. "What did you say?" Danny repeated her question with a wooden face. "Oh, it must be level 1. The highest level," the Shadowbind said with certainty. "A skill that could even trick transcendents would definitely be able to kill ordinary people." Or, was this not a trick? "Are you sure this is not a sorcery skill?" the Shadowbind asked. "Think what you want. I'll only trade for a guardian skill. I'll trade with you." The young fire mage stared at Danny. "I'll trade my basic skill with you. Blood Dragon Dance." "This." Danny frowned. Blood Dragon Dance sounded awesome, but it was useless. If possible, she would rather have Pogba's fire escape. She could imagine a shocking scene, a ball of fire suddenly exploding in the palace's fire pool. The Dragon Queen leaped up like a fairy and stepped on the flames to the side of the pool. Iri and Jichi looked at her in awe. Seeing her hesitation, Lisbon hurriedly added, "You were in the hall earlier. You saw me summoning flames to burn the ugly dwarf. My fire manipulation skill can not only control burning flames, but also the fire elements in nature. When the fire elements gather together, it can ignite everything. But you barely managed to ignite the dwarf's beard." Danny suspected that he was bragging. The young fire mage's face turned red. He hurriedly said, "My level is not high enough. It said that the Blood Dragon Dance came from ancient Valeglia. It's an inherited skill of the Grand Wizard." "Lisbon, you can't talk nonsense." The Shadowbind could not listen to him anymore. Even if the fire mage was a junior she thought highly of, as a witness, Tam would not allow him to lie to a transcendent. Other than himself, who else can use the skills of the Grand Wizard of Valeglia? She said seriously. "I." The young man's expression changed rapidly. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "My inheritance comes from an old noble in the Black Wall. I can't say his name, but I can swear to the Grand Wizard that he belongs to one of the 14 fire peaks." The old man was deep in thought. He looked at the young man with envy and hidden jealousy. No wonder you want Priest Layla's 3 gods returned to caves so much. That prodigal must have many more secret skills waiting to be sold, right? Without a doubt, Layla's 3 gods returned to cave was a godly skill that could cheat money. It was also because the rules were very simple and clear at a glance. There would definitely be a lot of people who would fall for it. In short, with the 3 gods returned to cave, Lisbon could accumulate a lot of wealth in a short period of time and exchange it for a large number of secret skills from some prodigal in the Black Wall. Valeglia's secret skills. Many people risked their lives to explore the ruins of Valeglia. Wasn't it just to discover the secret skills of Valeglia that ruled the world? Chapter 199. What about you guys? Danny looked at the Shadowbinder and the others. She wanted to compare the items and see who had more valuable items. I don't need a guardian skill, Tam said calmly. Seems like the Volantis people really put in a lot of effort to invite you. I don't have a level 1 guardian skill to exchange with you, the old man said regretfully. The blue-lipped milkman stepped forward and said excitedly, I'm willing to use 10 buckets of night shadow water and the wizard root method to exchange with you. I don't want it even if you give it to me for free. However, Danny was still tempted. She nodded hesitantly. Let me think about it. She then looked at the moon singer. The current guardian skill is enough for me, the big boss declined. Broadcast the weather forecast? Can I talk to Mage Lisbon alone first? Danny asked the Shadow Binding Knight. When the Shadow Binding Knight nodded, she walked to a corner with the Fire Mage. With their backs facing the others, they began to talk softly. Without the great wizard Valeglia's root method, I'm afraid I can't learn your blood dragon dance. Danny purposely probed. Lisbon sighed in relief. So that was what she was worried about. You don't have to worry at all. The blood dragon dance itself can also be learned as a high-level meditation technique. After all, it came from the great wizard Valeglia. Is your witchcraft incantation dictated, or is it something else? I'm afraid I can't remember or understand it. I can write it on parchment and teach you the standard pronunciation of the 64 syllables in Valeglia. Danny's heart skipped a beat, but her face revealed a puzzled expression. 64 syllables? Valeglia's witchcraft has a special incantation system. In fact, every extraordinary profession has a special incantation system. Only 64 syllables? What do you mean only 64 syllables? Lisbon stomped his foot and said unhappily, even if you don't understand incantations, you should know that the Valeglia language itself only has 30 letters, and the common language of the Sunset Sea only has 23 letters. Don't try to trick me. Incantation syllables are different from language letters, Danny said unhappily. Alphabets were arranged in order to form words, and words were arranged in order to form sentences. It was a one-dimensional language. On the other hand, the monosyllabic incantation was a two-dimensional arrangement. The combination and recitation methods were more complex and varied. It was a two-dimensional language. To put it simply, a large number of individual spell syllables formed a QR code. This QR code was considered a complete spell rune. The 9-colored spiral vortex in Danny's mind was also a super-large QR code. Of course, the QR code was more complicated. An ordinary QR code was composed of blank and black dots. It was actually a binary combination of 0 and 1. On the other hand, witchcraft incantations, such as Valeglia's incantation, had 108 standard syllables. Even if it wasn't considered blank, it was still in the 108-digit system. From this, one could see how much information it could hide. As everyone knew, even if it was a QR code, the coding system was different, resulting in many systems. At present, the QR code standard used in the market was the most common one, the one with the highest number of users. Different extraordinary professions, different basic incantation syllables, and different coding systems. Using one coding system's fundamental law to scan another coding system's incantation. If the code scanner couldn't read the information, it couldn't provide the support of witchcraft. In other words, it couldn't use this witchcraft incantation. If the Valeglia Wizard Council wanted to become a god, they also had the ability to become a god. Then, they really became a god. The perfect fundamental law in the Great Wizard's inheritance could scan all coding systems with the QR code, except for the God's Priest system. You also know. After being exposed by Danny, the young fire wizard was a little embarrassed. However, he quickly calmed down and said seriously, "Let me tell you this. Among the extraordinary professions, the Red God Priest has the second most incantation syllables. Even he only has 54. The Black Wall Aristocrat is just a branch family. He didn't receive the complete inheritance. I only got 36 basic incantation syllables from him. The remaining 28 syllables were painstakingly researched by me for 5 years. Fortunately, the Fire Wizard originally belonged to the Valeglia Wizard's branch family. The two magic incantations have many similarities. Now it's all yours." He gave Danny a superior look that said, "You've taken such a big advantage of me. Hurry up and thank me." However, Danny only wanted to complain. "Damn it, who would dare to use the things you researched except for yourself? Can it work? Facts speak louder than words." "You've seen my fire control skills," the young Lisbon said proudly. "It's because I saw it that I'm sure you're a ninth-rate sorcerer." "I want the original incantation," Danny said. "What do you mean?" "I think that with my talent, I can deduce 108 incantation syllables." The young fire wizard squinted at her and said lightly, "It's not that I'm arrogant, and it's not that I want to discourage you, but a person should face reality calmly. In the transcendent world of the western continent of Ursus, I'm the undisputed number one of the young generation, the number one genius, the number one talent. Even my luck is the best in the world. I've received the unique inheritance of the Great Wizard of Valeglia. You haven't received all of it yet," Danny reminded him. Then she added, "And you've already learned all of the secret spells. You won't lose anything if you give me the original. You don't understand." After hesitating for a moment, Lisbon carefully took out a palm-sized canvas bag from under his silk pants. The bag was sealed with a silver thread, and the belt was threaded through the thread. A strange smell of sweat spread in the small corner. Danny covered her mouth in disgust. Then, the young fire warlock untied his belt and took off a small bag made of white canvas that was a bit yellow in color. With 2 fingers, he carefully took out a palm-sized black card from the bag. Danny's eyes narrowed. "Valeglia's steel identity card? You've seen it before?" Lisbon was stunned at first, then he said, "Oh right, I forgot that you're from the Arathorn family." Then he shook his head and explained, "But this is not an identity card, but a witchcraft inheritance card. The witchcraft dance of the blood dragon is stored in it." Danny suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked curiously, "How do I use it? Are there any restrictions?" Other than the need for extraordinary talent, there are no other restrictions." Lisbon had a mocking expression and sneered. That noble's ancestor must have been very stupid, and not even a pure blood. The greater the restriction, the lower the possibility of that noble getting the inheritance. But, it's also possible that this dance of the blood dragon was not valued by the Valeglia wizards, just like how no one would lock worthless copper coins in a safe. Danny said. Lisbon nodded and sighed with some frustration. "It's very possible. At that time, the Valeglia people had the whole world. This little witchcraft was nothing at all." Soon, he thought about how he could learn the 3 gods to cave and quickly make a lot of money. He could buy countless secret techniques from that wastrel. His spirits were lifted, and he stared at Danny with shining eyes. "You see, this is Valeglia steel. It's close to an ounce, 28 grams per ounce. To buy it, I spent an extra 5,000 gold radiance coins." Danny frowned and pondered. The other party's asking price was not high, and 5,000 gold radiance coins was nothing to her, but she did not have that much money on her at the moment. "I didn't bring that much money on a trip. Can I owe you first?" "The Arathorn family doesn't lack this bit of money," Danny said. "Sigh, It's your first time attending an extraordinary gathering. I don't blame you for saying such things. Lisbon shook his head. Danny thought for a moment and pulled out the 15-centimeter long single-edged knife from her waist. Look at this. Looking at the dagger that was as dark as black smoke and as thin as a cicada's wing, the young wizard exclaimed, "Valeglia steel?" Yes. Change it immediately. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Danny's dagger. Wait a minute. Danny stepped aside and put the dagger back into her waist. Excluding witchcraft, the value of your metal plate is far less than my dagger. This. The young wizard's expression was conflicted. She was telling the truth. That dagger could be sold for 30 to 50,000 gold radiance coins. What do you think we should do? He asked. Mortgage it. I'll give you the dagger for safekeeping temporarily. In the future, I'll give you 5,000 gold radiance coins, and you can return the dagger to me. After a pause, she added, I don't need you to sign a contract. Just give me the second most precious thing you have. You're not afraid that I'll go back on my word? The young fire wizard looked at the girl in front of him with a strange expression and said, Let me explain. Extraordinary gatherings are rarely held. The character of people like us. You understand? You're just a bunch of thieves. At least you have some self-awareness. Danny nodded and asked, So? There must be a wizard who is strong enough, has a high enough status, and has a good enough reputation as a guarantor to guarantee a fair trade and that we won't kill and steal the treasure. But after the gathering, Wizard Tam won't care about our lives anymore. I believe you, Danny said seriously. Why? Lisbon was flattered. Because you're the number one person in the younger generation. You. The young fire wizard's eyes were watery. Looking at his lover and confidant in front of him, he was very touched. Unexpectedly, Danny continued, You're the number one person, so you definitely can't hide. As long as I can find you, I'm not afraid of you going back on your word. Fuck confidant. It was all an illusion. Lisbon pulled off the pendant on his neck and handed it over with a wooden face. Here, you want the mortgage. It's my most precious magic amulet. Looking at the shriveled sausage dangling under the silver chain, Danny's face turned pale. Forget it, don't mortgage it. I believe no one dares to go back on their word. Up to you. Lisbon gave her a look that said, You don't know what's good for you. Smiling, he put the dwarf amulet back on. In the end, he looked at Danny expectantly and urged, Hurry up and teach me the 3 gods return to cave witchcraft. Danny put away the metal amulet before squatting down and starting to explain. It's that simple. Lisbon was in disbelief. Learn it first. Then, the shadow-binding knight and the others saw Priestess Layla angrily hitting the fire wizard's head and back while cursing. What an idiot. You can't even learn something so simple. Don't tell me you have legs instead of hands on your wrists. My legs are more agile than yours. You're too slow. Even a blind person can see it. Are you really the number one person in the younger generation? Your body is as stiff as a grayscale disease patient. The shadow-binding knight said faintly, as expected, even the most outstanding person in the younger generation can't master it. 3 gods return to cave might be beyond the category of a level 1 Tau defense technique. It might be a god-level secret technique passed down from ancient Valeglia. Chapter 200. After an hour, Lisbon finally understood all the mysteries of the 3 gods' return to cave. He was barely able to perform it once. Danny stood up impatiently. All right, go home and practice. You should be able to reach half of my power after 8 to 10 years. Sigh, the truth is simple. The easier it seems, the harder it is to actually do it. The young mage wiped the sweat off his forehead and sighed. That's because you're too stupid. Your brain isn't developed enough, your body coordination is too bad, and your eyes aren't good. However, Danny wasn't bragging. She was very skilled and was probably close to the Ghost Hand King. After all, this was a transcendent world with low martial arts and low magic. She was a knight, a grand knight who was half a step into the second realm, lifting heavy as light. Her eyesight, hand speed, and mentality were all much better than ordinary people. In fact, as long as she reached the realm of like arm, she would be qualified to perform the three gods' return to cave on CCTV. When the old fire mage saw the two coming back, he asked sourly, "How was it? Did you learn it?" Lee Spen straightened his back and said proudly, as expected of the three gods' return to cave. "It seems simple, but it involves thinking, mentality, hand speed, eyesight, language, and more than a dozen other factors. It's very difficult to master it all. Luckily, I'm very talented and have already learned all the techniques. I'm almost at the beginner level." Wow, as expected of the #1 person in the younger generation of the Western continent. Moonsinger said in shock. "I didn't misjudge you," the Shadowbinder said happily. The male wizard and the old mage also looked at him with envy, jealousy, and despair. Sigh, I didn't expect that guy to be so lucky and talented. God is so unfair. Alright, the deal is done. The gathering is also coming to an end. Everyone can speak freely and exchange the secrets of witchcraft, the Shadowbinder said as he clapped his hands. They didn't stand on ceremony and asked the Shadowbinder about the troubles they encountered during their cultivation. Well, on the surface, it was a discussion, but in fact, it was a discussion between the big shots and the little brothers. This was the responsibility of the Shadowbinder, Tam, who was the guarantor of the gathering. Danny was a novice in the cultivation world and had never encountered a bottleneck in cultivation. She didn't know how to ask questions, nor could she answer other people's doubts, so she just listened silently. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. Although he didn't understand what they were talking about most of the time, the Shadowbinder answered every question. Many times, he blurted out the answer without thinking. Herbology, poison concoction, magic reagents, curse potions, pain in certain parts of the body during meditation, how to reduce magical errors, the names and taboos of some demon gods. There were even people asking questions like, how to swindle money from nobles. The old fire mage asked. "I plan to go to Slaver's Bay to burn the Mother of Dragons' cold stove," the old man said honestly. Almost everyone is optimistic about the alliance, and many mages are fighting to participate in the alliance's dragon hatching ceremony. However, I know my limits. I can't compare to Great Wizard Tam at all. On the other hand, the Mother of Dragons' future was bleak, but for the time being, she was flourishing and flourishing. Most importantly, she did not have any mysterious people around her, and she had even seized a large amount of gold radiance coins from the slave owners. I want to try and see if I can become her guardian archmage. Fuck, this guy. How stupid am I to be in your heart? Guardian archmage? Only you can think of that. Hee, the Mother of Dragons who has 4 dragons needs a fire mage? Great Wizard, do you think that you can breathe fire better than dragons? Danny couldn't help but mock him. What do you know? The old black man glanced at her with disdain. He raised his chin at the Shadowbinder and said respectfully, "Of course, I'm not qualified to become the Mother of Dragons' guardian archmage, but I'm asking Great Wizard Tam for advice." "What are you hinting at, you rotten old man? Great Wizard Tam is the same as you. He gained the trust of the nobles of Volantis with his guardian skills. He doesn't have any real ability at all. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. It might even be difficult to see her in person," the Shadowbinder said hesitantly. "Why? I have an advancement step. She won't refuse to see me." "What kind of step?" Danny asked curiously. Although the governor of Volantis has sealed off the news from Slave Bay, everyone in the supernatural world knows that the Dragon Queen posted a notice in Myrene, looking for fire mages who know how to create wildfires. "Are you crazy?" The young fire mage looked at the old man in disbelief and shouted, "Everyone knows what she needs the wildfire for. Not to mention whether the Alliance will send assassins to assassinate her or not, she needs more than 1 or 2 liters of wildfire. She can make hundreds or even thousands of liters of wildfire. It's enough to kill anyone." Why? Danny was puzzled. Ever since she took down Astapor, her notice had been up for almost a year, but no real fire mage had come to apply. Well, there were many charlatans. Except for a few fire mages who could refine white phosphorus and were valued by Danny, the rest were all liars. Not only did they not get the money, but they were also whipped 10 times by the devil's tail, Hattar. The shadow binder said slowly, not many people in the south of Ursos dare to create wildfires. The temperature is too high. When the temperature is higher than the body's temperature, the wildfires will become unstable. You may not know this, but wildfires will explode when exposed to direct sunlight and heat from friction. The process of creating wildfires is even more dangerous. It's not a problem to focus on creating a small amount of wildfires for experiments, but if there are too many. At this point, she asked the young fire mage, "What's your error rate?" In the cold basement, 2 ounces each time, the success rate is 95%, Lisbon said confidently. The shadow binder looked at Danny. So, you understand? Even the genius mage Lisbon makes mistakes. If he created 1,000 ounces of wildfire for the mother of dragons, he would make about 25 mistakes. After so many times, I might be more familiar with it, the young fire mage protested. Or you might be more tired, more numb, and make more mistakes. The shadow binder glanced at him, then turned to Danny and continued, 25 mistakes. Lisbon can't be lucky enough to avoid it every time, but 1,000 ounces is less than 1% of what the mother of dragons wants. The old mage chuckled. I can slack off, or I can teach the apprentices and let them do the work. If the allies attack, I can also become their spy. Yes, you can try. I think that with your talent and wisdom, you'll definitely be able to shine under the mother of dragons. Danny encouraged him with a sincere expression. Thank you. The old black man was experienced and could tell that the priestess was sincerely blessing him. He couldn't help but feel warm inside. Danny continued to give him advice. It's best to find a few more colleagues to help you share the risk. The journey will be difficult and it's too dangerous and eye-catching to go alone. It's best to find a few dozen fire mages to form a group. The kingdom protector needs subordinates too. If there's an accident, you can find someone to take the blame. Thank you. The old mage's eyes were wet. He was very touched. Take this bottle of fire-repelling ointment. He took out the wooden box from his bag and handed it to her. Layla, your skin is a bit tanned from traveling in the sea of summer. Apply this ointment and roast it. It can remove the dead skin and help you become fair and attractive again. Thank you. Danny smiled awkwardly and took the ointment. While the two of them were being intimate, the shadow binder said faintly, the mother of dragons is the source of miracles. How can there not be any mages paying attention to her? Who? The old man asked in surprise. The top group of extraordinaries. As far as I know, the great wizard Haya and Asha Kuei brought her out of the Red Wasteland. Great wizard Haya and Asha Kuei. The old black man's face was pale. They're both giants. I heard that Haya and the mother of dragons had a falling out in Kuei's, and Kuei never stayed by her side for long, Danny said with a frown. You've heard of Kuei too? The shadow binder asked in surprise. Of course. There were a total of 3 people who went to the Red Wasteland to search for dragons. But I don't know about Kuei. Is she famous in Asha? Kuei's status in Asha is like Lisbon's in Volantis. The shadow binder's tone was complicated. It was a bit like the old black man's jealousy and disappointment when he talked about the young fire mage. Lisbon raised his chin and said in a bleak tone, I see. The shadow binder Kuei is in the east, and the fire mage Lisbon is in the west. It's a pity that we're thousands of miles away from each other. In an instant, Kuei's status in Danny's heart plummeted. She fell into the abyss. Tam, you must hate Kuei a lot. That's why you use such a metaphor to smear her reputation. You're both shadow binders. Why are you in such a hurry to ruin her reputation? However, she could only bury these complaints in her heart. After hearing Tam's words, she couldn't help but have a few questions. Great Wizard Tam, does Kuei-shi also know shadow sorcery? All qualified shadow binders know how to do it. Oh my god, she can't be trying to control the Dragon Queen's soul, right? Danny purposely exclaimed. No. The Mother of Dragons has a dragon, and the shadow blood sorcery is mostly used on men, the shadow binder said. Why? Tam was a good guarantor. He answered all of her questions. He didn't even hide some of the secrets of the shadow binders. Because to cast that spell, the most important step is to have intercourse with the person involved. Have intercourse? Danny stammered, her face full of shock. So the legends are true. Shadow binders have intercourse with men at night and then take away their souls. The shadow binder didn't get angry. He said calmly, intercourse is just a process to complete a certain ritual. The blood of low-level men without any power is not attractive to us. Shadow binders don't need human souls. When we really need to sacrifice a living person, we don't need to have intercourse with them. We can just burn them and offer their souls to Lalo. So you understand? The blood sorcery that requires intercourse and the sacrifice that takes away a person's soul are two different types of sorcery. The former is far more technical than the latter. This is also the difference between the new dragon Granny and me. Those who rely on their own strength to master shadow magic are called shadow binders. Those who don't have enough talent and only know how to please shadow demon Lalo are called witches. I see. After Tam's explanation, Danny immediately understood the difference between witches and shadow binders. It was just like how fire mages could still control fire even if they didn't believe in the Light King. Although shadow demon Lalo was the Lord of Shadows, shadow magic wasn't unique to him. Sorcerers could also master this ability with their own strength. They were called shadow binders. I heard that there was a king in the Westeros, Stannis Baratheon. He also had a shadow binder under him. At the same time, he was also a red priest. Do you know him? Chapter 201. Melisandre. The red mask covered her face, but Tam's eyes and tone were filled with unconcealable fear. I've also heard of that woman's deeds. The sea merchants from Old Town and King's Landing all mentioned her. The statues of the 7 gods on Dragonstone Island were destroyed, and the divine forest in Phoenix's Breath Castle was burned down by her. Even the crest of Theon Bera's family was changed to a blazing red heart. Very arrogant and very powerful. I'm not sure if it's true, but people say that Melisandre helped Stannis obtain the legendary Red Sword of Heroes, the Lightbringer, the old man said seriously. The Lightbringer? So, Stannis is the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of the legendary Yasor Ahai. Lisbon was shocked. Perhaps, the old man said uncertainly. The young fire mage said strangely, but the supreme priest Benello has always preached that Danny Rise is the child of prophecy, the savior born from smoke and fire. Is there no consensus within the Red God priests? Did the Light King give 2 different revelations to his followers? Melisandre is not just a Red God priest, the shadow binding said with a frown. Did you moon singers predict who Yasor Ahai is? The male wizard asked the zebra leader with a frown. What about the male wizard? The moon singer asked instead of answering. The immortal hall was burned to the ground by that woman. How could she predict? The male wizard shook his head with a bitter smile. I wonder what she saw in there. The transcendent realm is really turbulent these 2 years. The moon singer sighed and said slowly, regarding the prophecy of Yasor Ahai, we have secretly tried no less than 100 times, but the results are not clear. The image of Danny Rise riding a dragon appeared 15 times, the blurry cold fog appeared 47 times, the back of an unfamiliar black-haired man appeared 33 times, the blazing red heart flag appeared 4 times, and 7 or 8 people appeared once or twice. While everyone was deep in thought, Danny asked, so, the possibility of Danny Rise being the child of prophecy is not high. Who is that black-haired man? You can't say that. The future is uncertain, but it will definitely come. A certain outcome will definitely occur. Talking about possibilities in the future is meaningless. Simply put, before the truth is revealed, we must treat everyone with caution. As for the black-haired man, I can only see his back. In most cases, I can't even see his back clearly. Those 100 or so prophecies of yours were all for naught, they were all meaningless. After complaining in her heart, Danny looked at the shadow-binding knight and asked, "Who is that Madame Melisandre?" "Someone who cannot be provoked." It said that. Tam spat out a sentence with difficulty. "She has hundreds of years of cultivation." What? Danny wasn't the only one who exclaimed. Everyone present exclaimed. She's different from the traditional shadow-binding knights. Most of us first grasp the power of shadows, then study the teachings of the shadow demon Lalo. In the end, we might develop faith in the Light King Lalo. However, she was originally a slave bought by the Red God Temple and was raised as a priest. She came to the Shadowlands at some point in time and gradually became a low-profile but terrifying shadow-binding knight. I don't know what her relationship with the Red God Temple is, but there's no doubt that she's a powerful wizard and also a believer who is doted on by Lalo. There's also a terrifying rumor. Her voice was trembling. It was obvious that she was extremely terrified. What rumor? Danny asked with a hoarse voice. She's not human. If she's not human, then what is she? A devil? A god or a devil who walks in the human world? She reached the realm that us extraordinaires dream of and broke away from the body of a mortal. What's there to be afraid of? Danny's mouth twitched. Isn't she just a demigod? I thought you were going to say something. You made the atmosphere so gloomy and terrifying that I didn't even dare to speak loudly. You, the ignorant, are fearless. The shadow-binding knight glanced at her with disdain. All right, that's all for today. Let's adjourn, she said and prepared to leave. Wait, one last question. Danny hurriedly stopped the shadow-binding knight and quickly asked, "What's the deal with the syllables of the spell?" The more syllables there are, the stronger the spell. The more syllables there are, the more truths of the universe can be recorded. The spell is also more complicated. In theory, the extraordinaire profession has greater potential, but potential doesn't equate to power. Lisbon told me that the Red God Priest spell system only has 54 syllables. It's a lot less than Wizard Valeglia's spell system. The shadow-binding knight glanced at the young fire mage coldly. His gaze was so cold that it made the young fire mage's face turn pale. Sir Tam, I am not lying. The Red God Priest only has, but you deliberately hid some information and misled her. The shadow-binding knight coldly interrupted him. He turned to Danny and said, Lalo, the god of shadow and fire, has two forms. The Light King has 54 syllables, and the Shadow Demon has 54 syllables. The followers of Lalo have 108 syllables to learn, 108. Danny fell into deep thought. She seemed to be in a daze. In the end, under the shadow-binding knight's request, the fire mage Lisbon swore that he would teach the new Valeglia spell syllables to Layla of Bravos for free as compensation for lying to her. Danny's face stiffened. She expressed her gratitude to both of them at the same time. Damn it, don't come and harm me, okay? Out of the 28 syllables you deduced, 42 were wrong. Not only were the 28 syllables mispronounced, but the writing was also wrong. Out of the 36 original Valeglia letters, 14 of them were mispronounced. Using English as an example, Lisbon only learned the 7 letters A B C D F G from the Black Wall Prodigal. Suddenly, he encountered English in the spell. He realized that other than E and G, he had never seen the other letters before. Thus, the smart and far-sighted Lisbon separated N, L, I, S, H from English and gave them a powerful pronunciation that resonated with the mysterious power. The problem was that the spell, QR code, was far more complicated than a one-dimensional character string. Lisbon should have separated N, but he saw it as M. As a result, not only was the pronunciation wrong, even the form was wrong. On the way back to the surface, Danny and the others met pirates, merchants, and prostitutes who came from the other side roads. They were either selling their stolen goods, holding hands, or negotiating a secret agreement. When they met each other, they did not greet each other and were silent all the way. After they came out of the artificial mountain cave, everyone separated in the courtyard. It was late at night, and there were fewer people in the public rest area of the merchant's house. However, the candles were still shining brightly. In the hall, hundreds of guests were chatting loudly, bragging, discussing business, or shouting drunkenly. Passing through the crowd, Danny found the passage back to the guest room on the second floor in the corner. After taking a few steps up the stairs, a black shadow approached from the side. It was the hooded white knight. "I thought something happened to you. Why did it take you so long?" He was obviously relieved, but there was a hint of complaint in his tone. It was obvious that the waiting period was not easy. It was really a gathering of extraordinary people. It was very formal. There were performances of witchcraft, transactions of items and secret techniques between the wizards, and finally, there were great wizards answering difficult questions for the little wizards. After explaining, Danny could not help but sigh. Those wizards were not powerful, but it gave me a deeper understanding of the truth of this world. She went up to the second floor and found her room. Baristan followed her in. After closing the door, the two sat down in the living room. Danny then told him the details of what happened. "I never thought that a gathering of the mysterious people would be like this." The old knight had a look of yearning and sighed. "If this was before, I would have scoffed at those mysterious people and things." "What's the situation with Tyrion?" Danny asked. His companion, the one who looks like an ascetic, with a square face, is called Halden. He seems to be a scholar, but I have never heard of his name. Is there anyone else? Yes, by eavesdropping on their conversation, I found out that Tyrion and Halden are serving Lord Griffin, but that Griffin is not in Volantis. The two of them are part of the vanguard, in charge of looking for ships heading to Slaver's Bay. Tyrion is also tasked with finding out about you in the merchant's house. They are going to Slaver's Bay to look for you. Baristan said. Griffin? Who is he? It was definitely not Varys. The eight-clawed spider did not have to hide his identity. Danny was a little confused. Why is this so different from the plot of Game of Thrones? Forget it, let them go to Slaver's Bay. We will go to the Black Wall tomorrow and find out where the Gith ambassadors are stationed. We will have a good rest in the afternoon and leave Volantis at night for Dorne. It was close to 3 in the morning when they fell asleep. Danny did not have the energy to stay up to study witchcraft, so she went straight to bed. The two slept until 9 in the morning. When they were washing up in the bathroom, Danny was surprised to find that there was really a white fog outside the window. I changed my clothes and had breakfast in the small living room of the hotel. At about 10 o'clock, the fog dissipated, as if a veil had been lifted. The fishmonger square was suddenly exposed under the golden sunlight, and the sky was clear and blue. It was almost the same weather as the moon singer predicted last night. After telling White Knight about this, he exclaimed, "It's great to have such a moon singer on the way to war." Because she did not want to meet Tyrion again, Danny did not put on any ugly makeup. Her underwear was washed by the inn's maid. She wore a white shirt, a brown leather jacket, a silver chain vest, silk pants, open-toed sandals, a long sword at her waist, and a clean light blue canvas cloak with the hood pulled up. In the tropical climate of Volantis, this outfit was a little stuffy, but it was not unusual. There were also long-haired Ibans who wore fur coats. Walking down the creaking wooden stairs, they heard Tyrion howling from afar. "Impossible, how is this possible? I have been watching carefully, how can there be 3 dice? I don't believe there is some teleportation spell, let's do it again. As long as you have the money, you can do it 10 more times." Lisbon laughed. At a round table under the window facing the street, there were 3 groups of people inside and 3 groups outside. On the stairs, they could see the proud young fire mage and Tyrion, who was red-eyed from losing. The fire mage was leaning against the wall behind the round table. In front of him were 2 porcelain bowls, 3 dice, a small pile of silver coins, and a black metal stick as thick as a chopstick in his hand. Chapter 202. That's enough, Hugo. You've already lost 70 silver coins. We're almost out of money, the ascetic-looking middle-aged man scolded in a low voice. Out of money? You've already lost 70 silver radiance coins. Tyrion stood on the stool as if he was dumbfounded. Dwarf, your manhood is very valuable. I'm willing to pay 10 gold radiance coins for it. Lisbon put the small pile of silver coins on the table into the leather bag at his waist as he teased Tyrion proudly. Dany noticed that there were 3 leather bags on the left and right sides of the young fire mage's belt. Other than the one that was holding the money, the other one was already full. The last one was half full, but it seemed to be filled with gold radiance coins. Since you like my manhood so much, how about I give it to you? 1 silver coin each time. It's a little more expensive than the prostitutes in the colorful garden next door, but it's rare to see an ugly dwarf like me, Tyrion said viciously. Ha ha ha. The vulgar sailors around all laughed loudly. Even the people on the street who were separated by a window looked out curiously. The young fire mage glanced at the little devil coldly and scanned the rich merchants and mercenaries. He said loudly, anyone else want to try? The odds are 1 to 10. The lowest bet is 1 silver radiance coin. There's no upper limit. If you get it right, you'll get 10 times more. I'll do it. A Midsummer Islander wearing a peacock feather cloak stepped forward and threw out a gold radiance coin with a skull crown printed on it. Fire mages are all liars. Everyone knows that. I don't believe you can teleport. Dany did not stop to watch. She walked past the crowd and found the waiter at the front desk. She rejected the waiter's suggestion to hire an elephant carriage and asked him to bring out the tamed horse from the stables. When she walked down the stone steps at the front door, she heard the Midsummer Islander lose his composure and arrogance. He almost shouted hysterically, 3. That's impossible. I've been watching. 1 gold radiance coin. Again, 1 more time. It was almost noon. The fishmonger square was crowded. The smell of fish mixed with the smell of roasted cumin mixed together. Riding on a tall horse, one could clearly feel the prosperity of Volantis. Volantis had the largest population, the largest port, the largest city, and the richest and most fertile colony on the Lorne River. Once upon a time, this eldest daughter of Valeglia was the leader of the 9 free trade city-states. Even now, her economic and military strength was second only to Bravo's. The sun shone brightly and the view was wide. Dany observed the city more clearly than last night. Heading east, they arrived at the riverside street, which was even more bustling. None of the buildings facing the street were lower than 2 stories. Below them were clothing stores, chess halls, taverns, barbecue stalls, brothels, warehouses, and so on. The streets were filled with sailors, merchants, and slaves who were as busy as cockroaches. Dany suddenly realized that she had been tricked by Aunt Kelly in the suburbs of the eastern city. Although there were many people who took elephant carriages, riding horses was not an exception and would not be looked at differently. The yellow oranges on the cart by the street attracted her attention. She used 5 copper coins to buy 15 oranges the size of an adult man's fist and gave 5 to White Knight. Dany ate the sweet and sour oranges as she leisurely rode along the street. On the streets, there were many male and female slaves with shovels or flies on their faces. They were like inconspicuous shadows, curled up and shoveled the warm and fresh elephant, horse, and cow dung on the ground into dustpans. Therefore, the riverside market did not smell bad. Instead, the sweet fragrance of flowers and fruits floated over from time to time. Choose Elios Chihida. Suddenly, a woman's shrill voice came from the front. The men also joined in the commotion. I want to see your lower body. Stick it out and let me see it clearly. Which brothel are you from? I'll go find you tonight. Please vote for Elios. A 3-meter-tall giant elephant rumbled past. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly. It was carrying a huge castle on its back, estimated to be more than 10 square meters. 9 seductive girls in tulle grabbed onto the thin railings of the castle and flirted with the passers-by. The mercenaries and sailors passing by were mesmerized and could not move. Yes, the girls had teardrop tattoos on their eyebrows. They were all slaves. A girl took out her white hair and flirted with a sailor who was whistling. A girl obediently lifted the only layer of pink tulle on her body, spread her legs, and stuck out her buttocks towards the street. A girl slid her right hand underneath and entered. The men on the street could not take their eyes off her, their faces and ears red. Finally, someone could not hold it in anymore. A fat man in his 50s with white hair rushed out of a rice shop beside them. He waved at the giant elephant and shouted, "I'm Belwan Kandahar. I have the right to vote. I swear to vote for Elios Chahida. Give me a whore." "Yes, sir." The giant elephant stopped. A silver-haired young man in luxurious clothes rode over on a white jade dwarf elephant and said, "Thank you, Mr. Kandahar, for supporting my father. I wonder which one, or how many, do you want?" The rice shop owner pointed at the girls on the castle pervertedly. "That silver-haired one. It's a pity she doesn't have purple eyes. Otherwise, she would look more like that woman. And that blonde-haired one, who looks like the Queen Regent of Westeros, and that chestnut-haired one, a little vixen. They're all out. It's so scary. Belwan, don't die of exhaustion on the day of the vote." Someone mocked him loudly. "Not to mention 3, I can handle 30 of them. Not everyone is as useless as you." Ha ha ha, the street was filled with laughter. 3 girls climbed down the rope ladder on the elephant's back. At the same time, 3 more girls came down from the carriage behind. They took off their yellow cloaks and climbed up the castle wearing only transparent silk clothes. The fat rice merchant pulled the 3 pretty girls and ran into the inner room of the shop impatiently. The giant elephant continued forward. "Choose Elios. Choose Elios." After all, there were only a few people in the West District who had the right to vote. On the way to the Long Bridge, they didn't meet any candidates who were soliciting votes. "It was too dark last night. I didn't see it clearly. Now I realize that the Long Bridge is so strange." Under the big black stone arch of the Long Bridge, Dany turned her head and said to the old knight, "The Long Bridge didn't have a sidewalk or a lane. Carriages, elephant carts, and passers-by squeezed together. The road was only 5 meters wide. However, this didn't mean that the bridge was only 5 meters thick. In fact, it was more than 12 meters wide. There were no fences on both sides of the road. Instead, there were all kinds of buildings. Shops, temples, gold shops, incense shops, hotels, dog meat restaurants, inns, Shiva's chess halls, brothels. The slave shop had weavers, lace workers, glass workers, candle makers, and fisherwomen who sold eels and oysters gathered together and loudly sold their catch to passers-by. Dany used 1 silver coin to buy 30 fresh oysters from a silver-haired middle-aged woman. She stood beside the wooden cart, dipped in the vinegar and fresh lemons provided by the woman, and ate 20 oysters in a row. They were very fresh, tender, and delicious. The buildings on both sides of the road were 3 or 4 stories high. Each story extended a little deeper than the one below. The top stories on both sides were almost connected. When crossing the bridge, it was like passing through a cave tunnel. Only the line of sky at the top penetrated the golden sunlight. Last night, all she could see was the brilliant lights. She couldn't see the complete structure of the buildings. At this time, walking on the bridge, Dany had a strange thought. If Dahe breathed fire from the beginning of the bridge all the way to the end, wouldn't the people inside have nowhere to escape? They came to the center of the long bridge. There were no buildings on either side of the 4 or 5 meter long road, but there were many iron pillars. A few broken hands of varying degrees of decay were hanging on the pillars. There were also 3 heads covered with white maggots. It inexplicably reminded Danny of the skewers of chicken feet and pig faces that were dried under the sun during the New Year. When passing by last night, she also smelled the stench, but she didn't see the scene on both sides. After seeing it, Danny almost spat out the oyster she had just eaten. There were also 4 signs hanging under the iron pillars. The origin of the broken hands was scribbled on them. The broken hands belonged to thieves and bag thieves. 3 heads. The slave girl reached out to resist her mistress. The old bard was accused of being a spy of the Dragon Queen because he played the piano and sang the story of sheep at the dock. The young man killed his father. A pair of Tiger Pow soldiers stood on one side, waving their spears from time to drive away the falcons, seagulls, and scavenger crows that pecked at the carrion. The old man died unjustly. Danny could guarantee that he was innocent. She had spies in New Guise and Queers. Volantis was far away and was not her target for the time being. Out of the long bridge tunnel, Danny found that many people were rushing north along the Riverside Road. They were in a hurry, and most of them had slave tattoos on their faces. What are they going to do? She stopped a small tomato vendor and asked. Taking advantage of the free time at noon, the slaves are going to the Red Temple for afternoon prayers. Is the Red Temple far from here? She asked again. The Black Wall was also in the north. If the Red Temple was not far away, they could go there first. It's very close, just under the Black Wall. After walking less than 200 meters along the river bank, the field of vision suddenly widened. The square was less than a hectare, but the temple opposite the square was too magnificent. The temple was located in the east and facing the west, with its back against the Black Wall. It was a cluster of buildings, consisting of dozens of halls and hundreds of towers. Different buildings were connected by stairs, buttresses, and stone arches. Everything was integrated as if they were chiseled out of the same huge rock. There were hundreds of red, yellow, gold, and orange lines on the wall. Chapter 203. King of Light, protect us, for the night is long and full of danger. Benello's voice was a typical tenor. It was so loud that it pierced through the sky, piercing through the layers of space, and entered the ears of everyone in the square. 7 gods above, what a peerless voice of a famous general. Baristan murmured. Danny's mouth twitched. The status of the supreme priest was much higher than that of a famous general. Benello should be a slave of the Kyle's clan. He was tall and thin, with prominent facial features and white skin. He looked like a typical milkman. His cheeks, chin, lips, and bald head were full of red flame tattoos, as if his face was covered with a layer of bright red mask. Only a pair of blue eyes could be seen. It looked a little scary. We mortals live and die alone, at a loss, hesitating in the valley. Fortunately, we have comrades, gathering together. Fortunately, we have God, who overshadows us. Benello continued to recite the prayer, and the slaves below followed him. They looked focused and pious. Danny was surprised to find that the black wall behind the square was also densely packed with people. 90% of them were the Tiger Cloak Army holding tiger helmets. It seems that the rumors are not exaggerated. Half of the Tiger Cloak Army believes in the Red God Lalo. The noon prayer was not long, about 200 to 300 words. But after reciting the prayer, Benello did not leave. Instead, he raised his right arm and pointed at the sun in the sky with his index finger. The night is long and full of danger, he suddenly shouted. At the same time, he clenched his fist and opened his arms. His movement was a little big, and Danny was worried that he would fall down from the narrow stone pillar. When the supreme priest's voice reached the highest pitch, there was a hissing sound, and a tongue of flame shot out from his fingers. Ah! Not only were the people below shocked, but even Danny exclaimed. There was a strong wave of magic, which meant that Benello was using fire magic and not a prop. Under the clear sky, the tongue of flame that shot out from his fingers was dark red like blood. It was so bright that it almost turned into a solid substance and dripped to the ground. Then, Benello moved his right hand, and the flame left a line of Valeglia words in the sky. Only a single letter was as big as a bed. Darkness is coming. The foolish actions of the ignorant will bring about blood, fire, and destruction. Only the Savior can save the world. Ah! The crowd let out a deafening roar. The women covered their faces and cried, while the men waved their fists in the air. Their faces were full of indignation, and they let out cries of unknown meaning. Danny suddenly had an epiphany and said with a strange expression, "Are you talking about me?" Sure enough, the next moment, Benello shouted, "After the long summer, the stars weep blood, and Yesor Ahai shall be reborn in the land of smoke and salt. He is the Savior, Daenerys Targaryen. Her rise had fulfilled the ancient prophecies. She was born in the land of smoke and salt, and she was, and would, reshape this world. She is the reincarnation of Yasur Ahai. She will defeat the darkness and bring about a never-ending summer to the world. Even the god of death will submit to her. Those who shed blood for her cause will be reborn. Brother, thank you very much for your support, but you're wrong. The reincarnation of Yesor Ahai is Jon Snow, my nephew." Danny did not know what to say. All this time, she had been wary of Lalo, not the King of Light. Although the teachings of the Red God were overbearing and tyrannical, they generally urged people to be good. They were not evil cults or cults. However, Lalo the Shadow was different. He accepted blood sacrifices without any bottom line, and devoured people's souls and blood. Many blood witchcraft originated from the demon god Lalo himself. There was no doubt that Lalo controlled the domain of death. Danny had also always thought that he was the god of death. After all, several Westeros had been resurrected by him, including the main character, Jon Snow. The problem was that Benello claimed that the god of death would also submit to the mother of dragons. Obviously, the god of death he spoke of was not his master Lalo. It was most likely the god of darkness, coldness, and death, the Night King. Actually, the Night King was only a subordinate of the god of death. Danny had misunderstood. There was only one domain of death, so who was the real god of death? Why did Lalo care so much about Long Night? Since more than 5,000 years ago, he had been spreading the prophecy in the ancient book of Asha through the mouth of the red-robed priests. Yasur Ahai would be reborn to fight against the other ghosts that had reappeared in the world. Danny's heart was in a mess. Benello, the water supply, was still waving flags and shouting for her. "Danny, Rise is in danger. The Eye of Darkness has targeted her, and the servants of Long Night are plotting to overthrow her." Speaking of this, he pointed to the black wall behind the temple and the fully armed tiger robe army guards on the black wall who were looking down. He said loudly, "The King of Light created the sun and the stars, and engaged in an eternal battle with the darkness. But Nessus and Malachor betrayed the light, and their minds were corrupted by the yellow harpies of the east. They planned the most despicable alliance with the foreigners who did not believe in gods. I hereby call on everyone to unite and participate in this battle of justice, to fight for the light. The child of prophecy will ride the demonic dragon, hold the fire sword that will cleanse the world, and lead us on the path of glory. Brother, you are so righteous. Aren't you afraid of being censored?" Danny was touched and worried. Although the water supply was good, he had to live until the moment when he transformed into a guide. "I haven't even called, and you are already promoting for me. Aren't you a little too eager?" At the same time, she was puzzled. What were the Volantis people doing? How could they allow a monk to confuse them in public? Ahem, I meant to explain the truth. It could be guessed that Benello had been explaining the truth for a long time, but he was not eliminated by 404. "My lady, this is not a good sign." Barristan was worried. "The Red God monks can publicly oppose the nobles of the Black Wall for you today. Tomorrow, they will shake the rule of your descendants for others or their Red God. Old Knight, you are thinking too far ahead. You are even worried about my descendants." But his words were not without reason. Sigh, this is so difficult. Danny frowned and sighed. Let's take one step at a time. The power of the Red God Temple is there. It is not something that can be decided by our attitude. It is better to be my ally than to be my enemy. The entire noon prayer process was less than half an hour. Benello seemed to be helping the Dragon Queen to shout the slogan as a routine. He did not really lead the slaves to revolt. As he walked down the stone pillar, the flame words in the sky quickly disappeared. Danny climbed back on the horse and left the square with the slaves. The slaves returned to their posts and continued to work numbly. Danny and Baristan walked around the black wall and continued to tour the foreign scenery. Well, she did not forget the purpose of this trip, to observe and locate the Gith diplomatic group's base. The closer they were to the black wall, the more spacious and clean the streets were. It was similar to the black stone road of Valeglia Avenue. There were palm trees and cedars planted on the side of the road. There were tall glass domes, white marble squares, fountains with beautiful statues. Without a doubt, this was a rich district. There were far more people canvassing here than in the West District. It was not only Maracho of the Tiger Party, Narcissus of the Elephant Party, Dofus who was not favored for re-election because he did not publicly express his hostility to the Mother of Dragons. Candidates such as Elios, Palaciro, Beligio and so on were either going to the field themselves or were led by their children. Danny saw a tall silver-haired middle-aged man with a bandage on his right arm hanging under his neck. He was still speaking loudly on the platform in the square. There was a banner above the middle-aged man's head: "If you oppose the evil Mother of Dragons, if you support the Alliance Army, please support the Alliance Army Standing Committee Maracho." In addition to public speeches, some people organized mime shows. Some people sent poets to sing and recite poems along the streets. Some people led song and dance troupes to hold parties in the nobles' courtyard. Some people found acrobats to perform in the public area. There were also exciting duels. Assassins in yellow silk clothes, holding the water dancer's sword, fought endlessly in the square for their respective supporters. Danny could accept the above normal election methods. However, those candidates were like Maracho. At the same time, they arranged bed slaves on the street to canvass for votes. Some people sent prostitutes and even promised that they must be virgins. Some people carried delicate boys with delicate skin on their elephant carts, claiming that they all mastered the 7 cries of spring, which could be enjoyed by both men and women. Some people provided tall and strong gladiators for the voters. There were also people who took a small notebook and went to each house to ask, "Do you need customization?" Black people, white people, zebra people, centaurs, long-haired Ibans, Andaran knights, red-haired northern barbarians, giants. If no one can satisfy you, wild animals and livestock will do too. Other than the Megalosaurus, we can send you anything. They were not whispering. Many of the blankets on the elephants were written clearly on them. This is crazy. Is this the fair, democratic and free election that the people of Volantis are so proud of? Danny and Baristan were shocked by this scene that broke the bottom line of their knowledge. They already knew that Volantis was holding an annual consul election. They even asked around in the merchant's house last night. At that time, 2 merchants were discussing this matter. One was a middle-aged wine merchant from Volantis, and the other was an old sea merchant who sold golden wine from Qingting Island. The people of Volantis proudly said to the Westeros, "We of Volantis have an excellent political system inherited from ancient Valeglia. It is fair, just, free, equal and democratic. Of course, slaves are not people. The poor free people can't pay much tax and don't contribute much to the city. They are not complete people. Without a doubt, we are more civilized and more intelligent than you Westeros. Don't be in a hurry to deny it." The 3 consul checks and balances each other. Even if a lunatic wins the election, he will be restrained by his colleagues. When the 1-year term is up, the people will immediately ask him to leave. Well, unless the quality of the female slaves he prepared for the election is extraordinary. Think about it, if that woman's father, Mad King Eris, had 2 kings who shared power with him, the series of bloodshed that followed would not have happened. That woman can also be a good little princess, and we won't have to suffer with her. The old sea merchant blushed and could not say anything to refute. In the trading city of Ursos, the Westeros in the land of the setting sun were known as barbarians. The inferior races that could not survive in Ursos, such as the Ancients, the Undulls, and the Loinars, could only flee to Westeros on the other side of the narrow sea. Some of them even transformed from refugees to noble conquerors. There were many low-lying swamps. Volantis was bordered by the river and the sea. Other than the black wall on the high hills, the rest of the city was originally swamps and puddles. During the peak of Valeglia, as the city developed, the city overflowed the black wall and expanded outward step by step. The puddles, rivers, and mudflats were transformed into streets and residential areas. But after the peak, hundreds of years of wind and rain, the sparse population and unmaintained streets degenerated into riverbanks. In the 400 years after the Great Cataclysm of Valeglia, the population of this city decreased by at least 60%. It's terrifying, she muttered. The century of blood. Barristan spat out a word with a complicated expression. In the past, Volantis was far more prosperous and powerful than it was now. The title of the Queen of the Lone River and the Mistress of the Summer Sea was not just for show. Its population, wealth, and land area were more than the other 8 trading cities combined. Unfortunately, the War of the Century of Blood had drained the blood and life of Valeglia's eldest daughter. There was nothing to see in the desolate city ruins. The two quickly turned their horses around and headed towards the south of the city. There was a pier and a harbor in the south of the city. The prosperity and life of the past were maintained. Upon closer inspection, the buildings in the city were mostly in the style of the ancient Valeglia. Most of them were circular towers. The bottom floor was the residence of the servants. There were few windows, but the upper floors had spacious balconies and small gardens that extended out 3 to 4 meters. There was also the iconic black roofless tower. The tower was so tall that it could be seen even through the black wall. Unfortunately, the descendants of the Dragon King had lost their dragons. Many Volantis nobles added a layer of glass dome on top of their towers. Under the noon sun, the different colored striped glass reflected blue, purple, green, red, and other colors. It looked like a twisted rainbow. However, the more common ones were the Archon statues on the streets and beside the fountains in the square. Most of the statues had their heads chopped off. For example, in the southeast street outside the Black Wall, there was a garden square that covered half a hectare. In the middle of it was a 30-meter-tall jacaranda tree. The pinkish-purple petals looked like snow from heaven. They fell on the hair, shoulders, and the broken neck of the huge white jade statue. Dany brushed away the petals that were hanging by her ear. She looked down at the inscription beside the statue. The hero of Volantis in the Century of Blood, Archon Hirono. He had once led the Volantis army to occupy Myr, and the vast plains in the southwest corner of the Ursos continent, the land of strife, became the Volantis colony. He had been an Archon for 40 years. In the end, he got tired of the elections and proclaimed himself as the ruler for life. However, the Volantis did not buy it. They tied him to 2 elephants and tore him in half. How tragic. Dany grimaced. Then she thought, looks like the election system of Volantis is not completely useless. At least the people have a very high awareness of the democratic system. Sir, what do you think? She asked the knight beside her. The people of Volantis are barbaric and ungrateful. This Hirono had made great contributions and served Volantis for 40 years. In the end, he ended up in such a miserable state, the old man said with a complicated expression. He seemed to see himself in the broken stone statue. He had been a white knight for almost 40 years. In the end, he was stripped of his lifelong honor by a little brat. You are right. But you can look at the problem from another angle. Dany's mouth twitched. What angle? The democratic consciousness of the Volantis, the determination to protect their rights and uphold the justice of the law. Maybe. Sir, you are not planning to learn from Volantis and hold an election for the Archon, are you? Whitebeard looked panicked. I shudder when I think of the 7 dukes with a group of bed slaves canvassing for votes in the streets of King's Landing. Danny nodded and smiled. I can try. After all, I am young and can withstand the torment. I also have a dragon. Even if I fail, no one can chop my head off. But the 7 dukes cannot withstand the torment. Are you going to ride your dragon back to Slaver's Bay and hide after the Westeros are done? White Knight thought anxiously for a while and said, My lord, as you can see, many of the Archon statues on the streets are headless, and the decline of Volantis is all because of the conflict between the parties. The election system is not as good as you think. That was the truth. Before Valeglia was destroyed, it ruled the entire world. When the apocalypse destroyed the center of power of the empire, the land of long summer and the capital of Valeglia, its colonies and conquered territories gained independence. What happened after the cities gained independence? They began to fight for territory. After that, the western continent of Ursos fell into a century of chaos until the Targaryen family intervened. As the eldest daughter of Valeglia, Queen of the Lorne and Mistress of the Summer Sea, the pure-blooded Valeglia of Volantis had the largest population. They ruled the vast Lorne River basin, were the strongest, dominated the trade of the Summer Sea, and had the most powerful fleet in the world. Of course, at the beginning of the Bloody Age, all Volantis came to a consensus: they were the heirs of the Free Citadel and the rightful rulers of the world. Not to mention ruling the world, at least the other 8 free trade cities in the western continent should submit to the Volantis. But on how to conquer the western continent of Ursos, the Volantis had a huge disagreement. The Tigers, formed by the old nobles, favored the use of force. The Elephants, formed by the bankers and the big sea merchants, supported trade conquest or economic control. But in the Bloody Age, everyone pulled out their swords to kill, and the Tigers' position undoubtedly prevailed. In a short time, the Volantis fleet conquered Lys, and the army conquered Myr. 3/4 of the western continent was controlled by the Volantis. They were almost ruling the world. During this time, the Volantis even went to Aegon Targaryen, who was idling on Dragonstone Island. The Conqueror had his own plans. Not only did he refuse the invitation of his fellow countrymen, he formed an anti-Volantis alliance with Tyrosh, Pentos, and Bravos, just like the alliance against the Dragon Queen today. Hundreds of thousands of troops, hundreds of thousands of warships, and a dragon. The plains southwest of Ursos, which used to be like a water town in the south of Jiangnan, was destroyed by the flames of war. It was now the land of strife. From the map, the vast western continent of Ursos seemed to have only 9 cities, and the rest was empty land. Not so. There used to be bustling towns scattered all over the land, but now only ruins were left. Without the deterrence of the Megalosaurus in Valeglia, the Dothraki could roam freely in the western continent. The towns rebuilt this year were just another bell for the Horse King to attack next year. Also, because the old ancestor had stabbed the Volantis, Dany did not think of using the banner of "All of us are Orthodox Valeglia" to recruit the Blackwool nobles. Well, that was a digression. Aegon was only a dragon, his 2 sisters did not participate, and could not fundamentally change the situation. If the Volantis had united and worked together, the anti-Volantis alliance would not have been difficult to overcome. After all, Volantis was so large, and in terms of raw power, it was the strongest in the world, and the process of unifying the western continent was very stable. After the surprise attack on Myr, Lys, and the Land of Strife, they took half a century to digest the results, and after they were ready, they sent their army north. But the governor of Volantis was elected once a year, and there were 2 parties with completely different political views. When the war suffered a setback, the policies would often change. After going back and forth for half a century, the Volantis people had exhausted themselves and lost their country and land. Not only were the former colonies independent, but even the original territories on the upper reaches of the Lorne River were invaded by Kohler and Bravos. Later, the Centaurs came from the eastern plains, and the Lorne River plains were harassed every year, and the Queen of the Lorne River did not even have a chance to regroup. The tigers completely lost their power, and in the 300 years after the Bloody Century, the elephants had been in control of the government of Volantis, occupying at least 2 governor positions. In order to completely negate the policy of the old nobles of conquering the world by force, and to completely defeat the tigers, the elephants, after taking power, put all the blame for the loss of the war on the tigers, and led the public to cut off the heads of all the statues of the tigers. Well, Volantis will erect statues of every elected consul. Because of this history, Whitebeard thought that the tigers and elephants had cheated Volantis badly. The worst thing was that the elephants won the election and implemented the policy of conquering the world by trade for 300 years, but the real boss of the Western continent was Bravos. The Bravos almost imitated the financial control tactics of the elephants, and through the Iron Treasury, they indirectly controlled most of the Western continent, and even Westeros. Chapter 205. At about 2:30 in the afternoon, Dany and Barristan crossed the long bridge and returned to the West City Fish Market Square. At this time, the crowd in the square had decreased by 60%. The fish farm owner also stopped shouting and sat lazily in the shade of the shed, dozing off. However, the square was not without shouting. There were 7 or 8 round oak tables in the shade outside the merchant's house. Beside each table, there was a flag fluttering in the wind. There were 3 to 5 fierce-looking mercenaries behind the tables. Some sat lazily at the table drinking, while others shouted at every man or boy passing by. "Oh, that old man, the red-cloaked mercenary playing the guitar, isn't he the deputy leader of the wind-blowing group, Danzo?" Dany pulled down the top of her hood and whispered to Barristan. The old man quietly dismounted and glanced at the second table in the east from the corner of his eyes. He saw the familiar blue and white striped swallowtail flag and whispered, "It's the wind-blowing group. They seem to be recruiting." The other 7 tables are also recruitment points for mercenary groups. 7 gods above, they are all large mercenary groups ranked in the top 20. Bloodbeard's Cat Regiment consisted of 3,000 elite infantrymen. Shoemaker Gilo Regia's Pike Regiment consisted of 800 pike cavalrymen. Magic Blade Kendi's Windbreaker Regiment was similar to the previous Rose Regiment, with Westerosi as the backbone. They were formed by the nobles who were exiled during the Dance of the Blood Dragon. The Two-Headed Demon Jig's Bright Flag Group. In the story of the 3,000 Immaculate Ones protecting Koar, they and the Second Sons group played a dishonorable role, but you have seen the Second Sons group's strength. The current Bright Flag group is not to be underestimated. The old man did not have time to introduce each mercenary group. The waiter at the entrance of the inn quickly greeted them, helped them with their horses, and asked what service they needed. In the end, the pockmarked youth with 2 doors tattooed on his face told Dany, "Lady Layla, the widow by the waterside hopes that you can meet her when you return." "You call her that too?" Dany asked curiously. The widow said that her former name came from the slave owner, but her husband had always called her that. She could not change her name, so she could only let it be forgotten by the living, the pockmarked youth said. Dany nodded and asked, "Why is the lady looking for me? Is it urgent?" "I'm not sure." When they walked around a round table, a pig-faced, brown-skinned mercenary glanced at Barristan and grabbed his cloak. He grinned and said, "Hey, old man, I see that you're tall and strong, and you even have a sword on your waist. Are you an old knight? Do you want to join our Iron Shield Regiment and fight Dragon Queen at Slave Bay?" "I'm not a wild knight." White Knight's cold gaze almost froze the mercenary's heart. She loosened her grip and let him go. When Dany and the old knight crossed the threshold and entered the merchant's house, he cursed a few times to vent his emotions. "When did the mercenary group come?" Dany asked the pockmarked youth. "For the past 2 months, they've been coming to the Fishmonger Square to recruit people every day after lunch. The Blowers were crippled by the Mother of Dragons, so it's not surprising that they would come to Volantis to recruit new members." "But are the other mercenary groups also lacking people?" Barristan asked with a frown. "Sigh, they're recruiting for the Eastern expedition to Slave Bay." The youth sighed with a worried look. The Allied army is recruiting, the more the better. Almost all the mercenary groups have doubled or doubled their strength. Anyway, the United Nations is responsible for all the logistics. That woman is not to be trifled with. After the battle, whether they win or lose, most of the mercenary groups will be crippled. Look at the fates of the Blowers, the Second Sons, and the Ravens. You'll understand. Since they know the fates of the Ravens and the Second Sons, those mercenary groups still dare to provoke the Dragon Queen. Aren't they afraid of being wiped out? Danny sneered. For mercenaries, there's only one thing in the world that scares them. The pockmarked youth shrugged. No money in their pockets. In the afternoon, the hall was much emptier. Most of the round tables were empty, and the merchants who were yelling to buy and sell goods were gone. Passing through the front hall, the pockmarked youth led the two to an empty table under the grapevines in the courtyard. After settling them down, he waved to a blonde slave girl standing in the northwest of the corridor. The two got together and said a few words. The pockmarked youth turned around and bowed to Danny before leaving. Then the blonde girl came to Danny with a stack of fried locusts in her hand. Putting the plate on the table, she said in Valeglia with a Reese accent, "Priestess, can you please sit here for a moment? The widow is receiving a guest from Westeros. You're the next one." "What? Aren't we the next one?" At the wine table on the other side of the grapevine, a handsome blonde youth stood up and slammed the table in dissatisfaction. Danny looked sideways and found that it was an acquaintance. They were the two youths who entered the city from the eastern dock yesterday evening. They got separated when the carriage crossed the long bridge, but they didn't expect to live in the merchant's house. In addition to the blonde man and the black-haired honest youth, there was also a brawny man, Beavis, who was almost the same size as Beavis. His shoulders were broad, his stomach was round, his legs were as thick as tree trunks, his hands were as thick as ham, and his bald head was like a smooth pink pebble. "It's you." Seeing Danny's appearance, the tall blonde young man was stunned at first, then he immediately woke up and recognized her. He bowed elegantly and said with a smile, "Hello, miss, we've met before, do you remember? Yesterday evening, we entered the city from the dock area together. On the way, we talked about the mother of dragons with a noble riding an elephant. God, I have to say, you're as bright as the star of Nymeria in the sky. If that woman is 1/10 as beautiful as you, we..." Cough cough cough. The black-haired honest youth quietly pulled his trousers a few times and coughed a few times. "Oh, I'm sorry, I was rude." The handsome youth smiled gently and turned to look at the slave girl, Reese, and asked, "We can accept letting a beautiful lady cut the queue, but can you at least give us a reason? You brought gifts to visit the widow, and the widow wants to see Priest Layla. Is this reason enough?" The blonde youth was stunned and understood the meaning of the slave girl's words. Soon, he smiled again and looked at Danny, "So your name is Layla, and you're a priest." Danny glanced at Barristan, whose face was hidden under the hood, and guessed that he must have known that the three people opposite him were from Westeros. "You're Dornishman." She took a bite of the fried locust wrapped in fine flour and asked vaguely. In this other world, other than the moon at night, there was a bright white star in the northwest direction that was the most eye-catching. When Danny had nothing to do at night, she could only look at the stars and the moon. She even suspected that it was a distant star in the three-body system. Just like the ginseng of the 7 mansions of the western white tiger mentioned by the ancient astronomers in China, the Greeks classified it as Orion. It was the same in this world. The races were different, the cultures were different, and the names for the white star were different. Jichi called it Maid Star. Well, the sun was horse god, the moon was horse god's wife, and the white star was the maid who served Calixi, just like Jichi herself. The Undulls chose the 7 brightest stars in the sky other than the moon and named them according to the names of the 7 gods. The white star was called Crone's star, and it guided the lost in the night. Dornishmen were the most influenced by Loiner culture. The white star was called Nymeria's star, and the milky white ribbon at its tail was the 10,000 ships led by Nymeria. I'm the son of a Dornishman wine merchant. The black-haired youth glanced at the slave girl before explaining to Danny, Jaskari wine is recognized as a bad wine in the world. Our family's good Dornishman may be able to sell it for a good price in Astapor. You have an idea? Danny nodded, picked up a fat locust and stuffed it into her mouth. She whispered to the white knight next to her, try it. It tastes like chicken, but it's more fragrant and crispy. The slave girl held back for a while and finally said, things are different now. Dragon, that woman brewed a kind of best wine, and even the Volantis wine merchant secretly went to buy it. Oh, then we should go and have a look. The blonde youth smiled. Up to you. The slave girl turned her head and glanced at the northwest corner. It's your turn next. Remember, prepare the gifts. Danny and Baristan stood up and saw a maid waving Teresa's slave in the corridor. They knew it was time to meet the widow. Do we need to prepare gifts too? Danny took out a silk handkerchief and wiped the grease from her mouth as she asked. The slave girl thought for a moment and said, most people have something to ask of the widow, but the widow is not greedy for the guests' money. Many people bring gifts that are not worth 10 copper coins. I understand. Danny was deep in thought. The gifts showed more respect to the widow by the water. The widow who was a bed slave inherited her husband's family property. She had more money than she could spend, and what she lacked was respect. Thinking of this, she could not help but quietly untie the cat's eye stone bracelet on her left wrist. After a few steps in the corridor, a girl's scream suddenly came from the west corner of the hall, followed by the laughter of a group of drinkers. Short Wintermelon, beat her up. Wow, dwarfs fighting. A sailor whistled and clapped. Entering the hall, through the gap between the sparse crowd, Danny was shocked to see the mess on the bluestone floor. Tyrion was covered in grease and rolling in a ball with another dwarf. A female dwarf dressed as a man, her grey clothes were wet with wine, and the shadow of a small steamed bun was printed on her chest. The other small steamed bun was exposed in public because Tyrion pulled her clothes. Enough! A tall middle-aged man rushed out from behind the counter. He should be the owner or the lobby manager. He held a stick and knocked on the heads of the two dwarfs a few times. He then lifted the little devil who was holding the female dwarf in the air. The dwarf's neck was strangled by the collar. His face was red, and he struggled to kick his legs. Tyrion's companion, Halden, who looked like a scholar, hurried over and shouted, "Put him down. Do you want to kill him?" But just as the Volantis man put down the little devil, the female dwarf on the ground got up. Like a crazy heifer, she headbutted Tyrion's chest, knocking him over a table. The bowls and plates fell to the ground. The poor little devil's blonde hair was wet with soup. The female dwarf did not intend to let him go. She got up with both hands and rushed over while screaming. She rode on the little devil's chest and punched his cheeks, eyebrows, and forehead like raindrops. His lips were broken and his eyes were swollen. His ugly face without a nose became more deformed and ugly. Chapter 206. The owner walked over to the two of them and grabbed the female dwarf's neck like a chick. He lifted her up in the air and cursed, "Who can tell me what happened? Damn it, let Benello burn these two freaks to death. My porcelain bowl and wine jug are all over the floor." The noseless ugly bastard probably did the female dwarf, but he didn't want to take responsibility. Then the female dwarf came over with a dagger to kill the heartless bastard. A purple-bearded Tyroshi sailor said seriously, "Yes, I didn't take responsibility for your father's wife. I've let you down." The little devil struggled to get up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Let me down for what?" The large sailor was at a loss. The people around him laughed out loud. The atmosphere was extremely joyous. "Save it, Hugo Caesar. Do you really want to die here?" Halden slapped Tyrion and walked to the opposite side of the owner. He looked at the writhing female dwarf and frowned. "Why did you assassinate my companion?" "They killed him." My brother, sob sob sob. The dwarf girl seemed to have lost all her courage and strength. She hung on the owner's hand like a doll as she wailed. Who killed your brother? Me? Tyrion limped over and asked with a frown. Sailor, a sailor from the Seven Kingdoms. My brother and I were sparring in the square. They followed us, and when they realized that I was a girl, they let me go. But Ope was caught and beheaded. You killed your own brother, you deserve to die. But my poor brother died in your place. The girl sobbed. The others, including Dany, were confused. Tyrion suddenly had a look of realization and shock. He clearly understood the whole story. That's the one who rode the pig? He said with a complicated expression. I rode the dog, Ope rode the pig. The female dwarf said with tears in her eyes. Innkeeper, please put her down. Tyrion sighed. Who will compensate for my loss? The tall middle-aged man asked. That's enough. How much is a few porcelain bowls worth? An old woman a few steps away scolded. It was the waterside widow. She sat in a small alcove in the stone wall. Although it was less than 5 meters away, the vines and potted plants with large green leaves covered the wall next to her. The small alcove in the shadows was easy to overlook. However, for the widow sitting on the tall stone chair in the alcove, she could see most of the public resting area on the first floor at a glance. Dany looked over and found that there was also a stack of fried grasshoppers on the stone table in front of the widow. Noticing her gaze, the old widow grinned at her. What is your name, poor child? The widow asked the weeping gnome. Fenenai, my name is Fenenai. Big Eva, bring the dwarf girl back to her room. Give her some wine and a change of clean clothes, the widow ordered the maid beside her. There were 2 red-haired, round-faced maids on his left and right. They were twin sisters with wine cups on their faces. The slave on the left left the alcove and silently took Fenenai away. Except for Dany and Barristan, the rest of the crowd consciously dispersed. The widow looked at Tyrion from head to toe and smiled. Shorty, it seems that I have to help you this time. Volantis is not a place for gnomes to settle down. You go back and wait. I'll send someone to inform you as soon as I have news. You are a kind person. The gnome bowed and thanked the widow. Thank you. Halden also bowed excitedly. All right, my guest is here. You can leave now. The old widow waved her hand. Tyrion also noticed Dany at this time, but he only looked at her in confusion and left. As for the white-bearded Barristan, he directly ignored him. Well, there were too many silver-haired, purple-eyed girls in Volantis. This thing is better than delicacies after it's cleaned. The old woman picked up a fried grasshopper and pushed the plate towards Dany. Dany gently put the golden blue cat's eye bracelet on the table and said, This is a gift for madam. In addition to the pile of fried grasshoppers, there were 7 or 8 other gifts piled on the stone table. There was a pure wine flask, a luxuriously decorated, thin and transparent emerald flower fan, an ancient bronze dagger engraved with runes, and even a shiny bronze music box the size of a washbasin. It was from Astapor. As the music played, the bronze ship above would move in a circle. When the old widow picked up the bracelet and looked at it carefully, she took a grasshopper and chewed. Well, it's mixed with the unique black pepper of Volantis. It's crispy and refreshing. A glass of wine would be even better. Without the widow's order, the remaining twin girls immediately took out a pot of wine and 2 glasses from the alcove. The wine was as bright as the sun. This is the most precious gift I've received today. The old widow put the bracelet on her right hand and looked at it. She sighed and said, 30 years ago, I had a pair of jade hands worthy of it. Now. Sigh, I'm old. Dany took a sip of the wine and asked, Madam, do you have any orders for me? I wasn't the one looking for you, but now I'm happy to talk to the priest. The widow smiled. Who's looking for me? The shadow-binding warrior Tam. Her. Dany was puzzled. What's the matter? The shadow-binding warrior is from Asia. She's a great wizard that Malakir found. Her purpose. The old widow's black eyes flashed. To hatch a dragon. I know that too. The shadow-binding warrior thinks highly of you. After the death of the fire wizard Lisbon, she wants you to take his place. Lisbon is dead? The fire wizard Lisbon who attended the gathering last night? Danny was so shocked that she interrupted the widow. Sigh, it's him. He's too greedy. The old lady nodded and sighed. Through that magical witchcraft technique, 3 gods returned to cave. The wizard won 3,000 gold coins from the merchants and tourists in just one morning. He cashed all of them in gold coins and carried them out of the house just like that. I heard that because the Dragon Queen miraculously hatched a dragon, magic has begun to recover in recent years. I'm an ordinary person and don't even know the simplest witchcraft. However, I have many wizard friends and am very clear about the limits of a wizard's power. Under normal circumstances, it's not even as useful as a rusty dagger. The fire wizard proved this once again. He was in an alley near Sweetwater Street. His throat was slit, his lower abdomen was pierced, and even his clothes were stripped. So, unlucky? Danny didn't know what to say. The #1 genius of the Western continent, the #1 person of the younger generation, died in a stinky ditch just like that. Why did he carry a big bag of gold coins to such a remote place? Danny asked curiously. Priestess Layla isn't a local and might have misunderstood. Sweetwater Street isn't remote at all. There are many banks there, including a branch of the Iron Treasury. The fire wizard won so much money in public. He must have felt uneasy and wanted to save the money. Did you catch the culprit? Danny asked. Not yet, but the old widow pouted at a few mercenaries who were drinking not far away. Did you see the mercenary recruitment table outside the door? Recently, Volantis has recruited almost all the wild mercenaries in the Western continent. They're most likely the culprit. Sigh, what a loss. Lisbon still owes me a Valeglia steel dagger. Danny lamented. Oh, there's such a thing. After Danny roughly explained the transaction between the two, the old widow said thoughtfully, no wonder great wizard Tam gave that place to you. What place? Lisbon was the most outstanding extraordinaire in Volantis. He was one of the members of the Dragon Hatcher Wizard Legion that Mirajo formed. Now that he's dead, Tam, who's in charge of this matter, intends to let you replace the fire wizard, the old widow explained. But I'm just, a 7 gods priestess, Danny said awkwardly. Perhaps the Shadowbinder just wants to make it up to you. When she returns in the evening, you can ask her yourself. After explaining Tam's request, the old widow didn't let Danny leave. Instead, she started to talk about other topics. I heard that Priestess Layla just came from New Guys. You're quite familiar with the Dragon Queen's policies. The old widow stared at Danny with the shrewd eyes of a fox. She didn't want to miss the slightest expression on her face. Look at me. I have the purple eyes of the Milky Way, and I look pretty good too. I almost look exactly like the legendary Dragon Queen. Of course, I don't look like the one in Guise's opera. How can I not be curious and admire that legendary character? Danny spread out her hands and said generously. That's true. If it wasn't for your temperament. You're a pretty girl from a humble family. You don't have that kind of decisiveness and valiance. I almost thought that I'm looking at the Dragon Queen. The old widow nodded. Hee, even if you're knowledgeable and sly, you don't know the saying, a dragon can be big or small. It can rise or hide. If it's big, it can rise and spit out fog. If it's small, it can hide. If it rises, it can soar in the universe. If it hides, it can hide in the waves. I thought that everyone was misled by the opera. They thought that the Dragon Queen has a big head. She's 10 feet tall and her waist is also 10 feet wide, Danny said with a smile. After joking around, she asked again, I do have a deep understanding of the Dragon Queen. Madam, what do you want to know? I heard that the Dragon Queen is very strict with the merchants who use slaves. If she takes over Volantis, how will she deal with people like me? To tell you the truth, although I was born a slave, I have a large number of slave workers under me. I accumulated a lot of wealth through the slaves. The old widow blinked her eyes and asked nervously. Madam, you will lose a lot of money. First of all, the slaves will definitely be released. They will also receive a salary from you. They have the right to decide their own future. They can take the money and start their own business. They can also sign a labor contract with you and continue to serve you. Secondly, the Dragon Queen will give you a fine based on your evaluation among the slaves. Those with a bad reputation may lose their heads. Finally, the Dragon Queen will count the number of citizens in the city and forcibly buy a batch of land and houses from you. At least, she has to ensure that every new free citizen will be allocated 15 acres of land and their own house. As Danny spoke, the old widow nodded. Although she did not look unhappy, her eyebrows were furrowed so tightly that they could squeeze a mosquito to death. Hee, very strict, right? Danny said with a smile. The Dragon Queen is not acting out of sympathy. She really wants to abolish slavery. The old widow sighed. Danny nodded and said, no one can shake her determination. Then will the Black Wall nobles who oppose her and the merchants who support her be treated differently? Of course. Danny said with certainty. The Dragon Queen abolished slavery, but she did not abolish the system of officials and nobles. Everyone who owns slaves will lose part of their wealth, but those who oppose her will lose their privileges at the same time. Those who support her will be rewarded and become new nobles. It's that practical and utilitarian. Very smart. The old widow's eyebrows relaxed and she smiled. The Fire Mage Lisbon was originally a subordinate of the Shadow Binding Knight. The Extraordinaries gathering last night was most likely the Shadow Binding Knights selecting a new batch of subordinates to test the quality of this group of rogue cultivators. Just like the mercenary group, the three big shots in the Dragon Incubator mages were also crazily recruiting people. As the recognized number one genius of the younger generation in the Western continent, and having received the inheritance of Valeglia's witchcraft, Lisbon was undoubtedly a great help to Tam. However, he died in a cowardly manner. The Shadow Binding Knight was a little weak, so he prepared to recruit Priest Layla into his group. You are talented, more talented than Lisbon, and you also received the inheritance token of Valeglia from him. Your future will not be worse than his. Was this a compliment? No matter who it was, their future would not be worse than that bastard's. By the way, I heard that the Red Priest can revive people. Danny's eyes lit up, and she suggested, we can ask the Red Priest to revive Lisbon. The Shadow Binding Knight shook his head. Impossible. Lisbon is not someone that Lalo needs. You don't want to participate in this gathering? The eyes behind the red mask were filled with doubt. Let's not talk about the reward first. At least you can learn a lot of mystical knowledge. I thought you were very interested in the world of extraordinary. Of course I want to learn witchcraft, but... Danny was expectant and hesitant. She asked, are there many extraordinary people in the mages group? I'm not a native of Volantis, and I won't stay here for long. The Shadow Binding Knight did not force her. He thought for a while and said, how about this? Tonight, Malakar will receive the mages group at the Cloud Tower. You can come with me and have a look. There's also a chance to see the dragon egg. After that, you can decide whether to stay or not. Okay. This time, Danny did not hesitate and agreed. Then, the two of them talked for a while about the future career plans of Priest Layla. It was not long, only about 10 minutes. After they agreed on a time and place, Tam got up and left. I'll have to postpone my departure from Volantis for a night. Danny did not leave the small alcove in the stone wall of the West Hall. Instead, she pulled White Knight in and talked about the banquet at the Cloud Tower. Well, Danny had just noticed that there were many similar alcoves in the four walls of the public rest area. Potted vines covered half of the doors, which were similar to the private rooms in modern hotels. However, from the alcoves, one could see the situation in the hall clearly. It was very suitable for sea merchants to talk about business in private. Well, killing and robbing would have to be discussed in the basement under the rockery. White Knight was worried. Won't it be too dangerous for you to enter the Black Wall alone? Too many people have seen you. Thank you for paying to treat my injuries last night. The skinny man leaned his walking stick against the table. His right hand struggled to take out an ebony box the size of a spectacle box from the cloth belt hanging on his waist. He put it in front of Danny and explained, I often get burned, but I am never afraid because I have this miracle medicine for burns. I heard that Priestess Layla and Lisbon. Sigh, poor guy. There are too many wild mercenaries in Volantis. If Priestess Layla practices fire witchcraft, she will often encounter situations similar to mine. Although you are reminding me out of kindness, it is more like a curse to me. The mother of dragons will not be as miserable as you. Danny complained in her heart, but she still took the box. She looked at him carefully. There were indeed many layers of bright wrinkles on the skinny man's skin. The treatment didn't leave no traces, but considering the severity of the skinny man's injury, this kind of effect could be considered magical. What are your plans for the future? She asked. That's it. I heard that the Blackwall nobles formed a dragon-hatching wizard legion. The skinny man suddenly understood and shook his head with a bitter smile. I am not qualified. Danny rolled her eyes and said, Are you familiar with wizard wood? Chapter 208. Wizard Wood was the old black man from the last Transcendent gathering. We often go to the docks to perform together. We're old acquaintances. The skinny man, Pogba, nodded. He's preparing for a big project recently. Do you know that? Danny asked again. How big? The skinny man's tone was casual. Obviously, he did not think that his old friend could suddenly become successful. A mega project of 1,000,000 gold radiance coins, Danny whispered mysteriously. The skinny man ignored the pain in his balls. He jumped and exclaimed, What? What's he going to do? Which idiot has 1,000,000 gold coins for him to cheat? Danny's face darkened. Just because of this sentence, I'll punish you with 200 pounds of wildfire. She put her hand to her lips and whispered, Mother of Dragons. He's going to Slaver's Bay to seek refuge with the Mother of Dragons. That woman has at least 1,000,000,000 gold coins from the slave owner's house. 1,000,000 is just a drop in the ocean. 1,000,000,000? How many? The skinny man asked blankly. If there are 1,000,000 people, each person can get 10,000 gold coins. The skinny man's eyes bulged, but he quickly recovered and said doubtfully, That's impossible, right? Even the Iron Vault doesn't have that much gold. Of course, Danny was bragging. Not to mention 1,000,000,000, even without silver coins and jewelry, there was not even 100,000,000 gold royals. A 50% discount is not a small amount. Danny waved her hand. That's true. The skinny man nodded and asked curiously, Is Wood not afraid of death? The allies won't let him go. Don't you know that wealth comes from danger? It's 1,000,000 gold coins. How much can you earn in a day by performing at the docks? 700 to 800 copper coins. Not bad. If you live frugally, you can save 2 gold radiance coins in half a month. If you work hard for 20,000 years, it's almost the same as Wizard Wood's big project. 10,000 years. The skinny man seemed to be in a daze. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said firmly, I'm going to Slaver's Bay too. I'm not worse than Wood. Well, you can go with Wizard Wood. It's best to find a group of wild wizards. Do you know the situation with the dragon incubator mages? I think you have the potential to become one of the top 3. Yes, the top 3 of the Mother of Dragons mage squad, Danny encouraged. He he he, I think so too. After all, I'm considered an extraordinary. I'm much stronger than those fake fire mages on the streets. The skinny man laughed foolishly. Pogba left excitedly. Before they left, they tried their best to invite the fire mage in turn, Layla, to work on that big project with them. Well, with Wood, the three acquaintances just formed the big three. The skinny man was too enthusiastic, so Danny could only tell him that TAMU had recruited her. Before going upstairs, Danny suddenly remembered something. She went to the front desk and asked the clerk behind the desk, "Do you remember me? I'm staying in VIP suite number 8 on the second floor. Yesterday evening, you were the one who brought me." Without waiting for her to finish, the registrar with a book tattoo on his face bowed and said, "Priest Layla, of course I remember. What can I do for you? Has anyone come to look for me?" "Well, the widow by the waterside came to look for you. I've already seen her. Is there anyone else, or a slave?" "No." Danny frowned and thought for a moment. Then she said, "If someone comes to look for me when I'm not here, you have to remember it and find a chance to remind me." "Of course." She was waiting for the Cadillac, the elephant coachman who had sent them into the city yesterday evening. But she didn't have to wait for him. This was a test, a choice. Yesterday, Danny grabbed 2 fistfuls of yellow copper coins and stuffed them into the Cadillac's pocket. At that time, no one noticed that there were 5 gold radiance coins mixed in. The clever young man had been looking forward to the Mother of Dragons, hoping that the Mother of Dragons would bring him freedom. In this way, the Mother of Dragons gave him a great opportunity. Slaves had the opportunity to become free people and could be redeemed. 5 gold radiance coins could buy 10 Cadillac, even if he had very good elephant training skills. But slaves were not allowed to own property, and it was impossible for them to save money to redeem themselves. Danny wanted to know how smart the young man was. As dusk approached, the red sun in the west looked like the background curtain behind the stage. It was rounder and bigger, and the dim gray square seemed to be draped with a layer of red and gold. It was like a noisy giant beast waking up from a deep sleep. The fishmongers shouted loudly, and the women and girls with baskets haggled with sharp voices. The white steam above the barbecue stall was dyed red by the sunset. The fishy smell of the fish, the rancid smell of the mercenaries, the fresh smell of the teppanyaki steak, the spiciness of the roasted pepper, and the sweetness of the honey wine attacked Danny one after another. If it was in the past, she would take out a silk handkerchief to cover her nose. Now that there was a red lacquered wooden mask on her face, Danny could only hold it in. Her face was pressed by the lacquered wood, and she felt a little uncomfortable. But she also found a good thing. The people coming and going were like river water that met a big rock, automatically avoiding her. Even the boldest and bravest mercenaries didn't dare to come close to her. For example, the wind-blowing group, Danzo lay lazily on a high-backed chair with his legs on the table. He played his guitar and sang leisurely to the people coming and going. He had the demeanor of a suave swordsman poet. Danny walked down the stone steps and stood beside the wind-blowing group. She was purely bored, and Danzo's skills were also very good. In the end, the old mercenary turned his head to look at the shadow-binding knight beside him a few times. He wanted to say something, but he held it in. In the end, he just sighed, put his guitar aside, and began to instruct his subordinates to move the table. Yes, the wind-blowing group stayed 7 or 8 meters away from Danny. The shadow-binding knight's evil warding effect was that good. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long. Soon, a huge white elephant stopped in front of Danny. "Layla, come up!" Tam shouted from above. It was an exquisite castle. The golden railings glowed with a bright red halo under the setting sun. At the same time, 5 slaves wearing thick red blankets jogged over and silently knelt below the elephant in order. The first one was a sturdy dwarf who was more than 1 meter tall. The second one was 1.3 meters tall. The third one was 1.6 meters tall. The fourth one was 1.9 meters tall. The fifth one was 2.2 2 meters tall. They looked like a small giant. They knelt close to each other like a flight of stairs. Danny only needed to hold on to the reins that dangled beside the white elephant, and she could easily climb one step at a time to the metal ladder at the bottom of the castle. Move away. I'll do it myself. Danny frowned and waved her hand to let the slaves leave. She held the rope ladder hanging beside the elephant. Her movements were as light as an elephant coachman. The castle was very spacious. It had a space of 5 square meters. Danny took off the long sword from her waist and sat cross-legged at the small round table in the center like Tam did. When she sat down, there was a sound of metal colliding in her clothes. Tam frowned and said, "You're not only carrying a knight's sword, but you also have armor under your robe?" Danny lifted her sky-blue robe and revealed the silver chain armor outside the leather armor. She said, "It's just chain armor, not plate armor." "You're now a mage, a shadow-binding knight," Tam reminded her. "So? An elegant and wise person shouldn't wear a barbarian knight's costume." The shadow-binding knight's voice was sonorous and powerful as if he was explaining a truth. Lisbon thought so too. Then, he was stabbed to death. Danny shrugged and said coldly. The giant elephant began to move slowly. The castle shook slightly. Just when Danny thought that the topic of armor had ended, Tam sighed and said faintly, "Metal affects the wizard's witchcraft. Wearing armor can't cast witchcraft, even if it's Valeglia's steel." "Bullshit, when I was still a rookie, I wore a thick armor and used an immature soul strike to defeat Faceless One. The whole process was very smooth. There was no delay." "Really?" She doubted. The shadow-binding knight said, "If the armor doesn't affect the casting of spells, the wizards of Valeglia would have a Valeglia's steel armor. But the fact is, they would rather use Valeglia's steel to make the Sphinx statue than to forge a steel sword and a set of armor. Why would they be stingy? Even if the wizards don't use it, the warriors can wear it." Danny was puzzled. "So they let the warriors wear the anti-magic Valeglia's steel armor and wield the Valeglia's steel sword to kill the wizards?" Tam sneered. This. Thinking back to the Valyrian steel sword's terrifying anti-magic effect, especially the last time they went to Orlos, where Barristan killed a large number of fire roundworms with a swing of his sword, Danny came to a realization. So that's how it is. "Hey, Westeros Knight!" A loud shout came from beside the giant elephant, waking Danny, who was deep in thought. She turned her head in confusion and found that the elephant was still wandering in front of the merchant's house. It had stopped in front of a mercenary recruitment counter. There was a flag of a bearing black cat next to it. It seemed to be Bloodbeard's cat group. "Waiting for someone?" Danny asked. The shadow-binding knight nodded. "Moonsinger Kaza lives in the upper house." The upper house of the merchant's house was prepared for rich merchants. It was a small independent courtyard with beautiful scenery. It was clean and tidy. Danny naturally could afford to live there. There were more people in the middle house, so it was easier for her to ask for information. "I'm from Dorne, the son of a wine merchant. I'm traveling along the summer sea. Of course, I'm also helping my family find out about the wine market in the cities." It was a familiar voice and a familiar face. It was a Dornishman whom she had met twice. Traveling along the summer sea. "Idiot!" the mercenary from the cat group muttered. He then shouted, "You have a two-handed sword hanging at your waist. You should be a good swordsman, right?" The black-haired young man nodded and said, "I've learned swordsmanship for a few years." "Then what are you waiting for? The next stop of the tour around the summer sea is Slave Bay. Hurry up and sign your name, and become a brave little wildcat under Bloodbeard's command." The mercenary waved a stack of parchment contracts and said in a loud voice, "Not only will you be able to see the scenery of Slave Bay for free, you will also have countless gold coins and beautiful girls and boys. You might even be able to defeat the Dragon Queen and become a dragon slayer." After saying that, the mercenary actually started singing. "We are the cat group, fighting our way to Slave Bay. Slave Bay, first kill the Count of Shattered Shackles, then kill the real Dragon Queen, the two mercenaries beside him also sang. Their voices were loud and clear, and their expressions were heroic. Danny's mouth twitched. At the same time, she remembered Bloodbeard and the cat group in her heart. Kid, if you want to die without a complete corpse, sign it. Danzo, who was a few steps away, strummed his guitar a few times. The sharp sound disrupted the rhythm of the cat group's chorus. Damn old man, you want to snatch our people again. The cat group's mercenaries scolded angrily. I just don't want a kid who craves honor to die without honor, Danzo said calmly. The Dornishman could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. He immediately put down his ink brush and took a few steps back. He asked in confusion, Old man, what do you mean? You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.